CHAPTER XXIV Part VII of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 24 The 100 Years' War. Charles VII and Joan of Arc, 1422 to 1462, Part 7. During the trial of Joan of Arc the war between France and England, without being discontinued, had been somewhat slack. The curiosity and the passions of men were concentrated upon the scenes at Rouen. After the execution of Joan the war resumed its course, though without any great events. By way of a step towards solution, the Duke of Bedford, in November 1431, escorted to Paris King Henry VI., scarcely 10 years old, and had him crowned at Notre Dame. The ceremony was distinguished for pomp, but not for warmth. The Duke of Burgundy was not present. It was an Englishman, the Cardinal Bishop of Winchester, who anointed the young Englander King of France. The Bishop of Paris complained of it as a violation of his rights. The Parliament, the University, and the municipal body had not even seats reserved at the royal banquet. Paris was melancholy, and day by day more deserted by the native inhabitants. Grass was growing in the courtyards of the great mansions; the students were leaving the great school of Paris, to which the Duke of Bedford, at Caen, and Charles VII. Himself, at Poitiers, were attempting to raise up rivals; and silence reigned in the Latin Quarter. The child king was considered unintelligent, and ungraceful, and ungracious. When, on the day after Christmas, he started on his way back to Rouen, and from Rouen to England, he did not confer on Paris any of the boons expected, either by releasing prisoners or by putting an end to blackmails, gabels, and wicked imposts. The burgesses were astonished, and grumbled; and the old queen, Isabel of Bavaria, who was still living at the hostel of St. Paul, wept, it is said, for vexation, at seeing from one of her windows her grandson's royal procession go by. Though war was going on all the while, attempts were made to negotiate, and in March 1433 a conference was opened at Seine-Port, near Corbeil. Everybody in France desired peace. Philip the Good himself began to feel the necessity of it. Burgundy was almost as discontented and troubled as Ile de France. There was grumbling at Dijon as there was conspiracy at Paris. The English gave fresh cause for national irritation. They showed an inclination to canton themselves in Normandy, and abandon the other French provinces to the hazards and sufferings of a desultory war. Anne of Burgundy, the Duke of Bedford's wife, and Philip the Good's sister, died. The English duke speedily married again without even giving any notice to the French prince. Every family tie between the two persons was broken, and the negotiations as well as the war remained without result. An incident at court caused a change in the situation, and gave the government of Charles a different character. His favorite, George de la Tremoille, had become almost as unpopular amongst the royal family as in the country in general. He could not manage a war, and he frustrated attempts at peace. The Queen of Sicily, Yolande d'Aragon, her daughter, Mary d'Anjou, Queen of France, and her son Louis, Count of Maine, who all three desired peace, set themselves to work to overthrow the favorite. In June 1433 four young lords, one of whom, Sire de Bouille, was La Tremoille's own nephew, introduced themselves unexpectedly into his room at the castle of Coudray, near Chinon, where Charles VII. Was. La Tremoille showed an intention of resisting, and received a sword thrust. He was made to resign all his offices, and was sent under strict guard to the castle of Alen-Tresour, the property of his nephew, Sire de Bouille. The conspirators had concerted measures with La Tremoille's rival, the Constable de Richemont, Arthur of Brittany, a man distinguished in war, who had lately gone to help Joan of Arc, and who was known to be a friend of peace at the same time that he was firmly devoted to the national cause. He was called away from his castle of Parthenay, and set at the head of government as well as of the army. Charles VII. At first showed anger at his favorite's downfall. He asked if Richemont was present, and was told no, whereupon he seemed to grow calmer. Before long he did more; he became resigned, and, continuing all the while to give La Tremoille occasional proofs of his former favor, he fully accepted de Richemont's influence and the new direction which the constable imposed upon his government. War was continued nearly everywhere, with alternations of success and reverse which deprived none of the parties of hope without giving victory to any. Peace, however, was more and more the general desire. Scarcely had one attempt at pacification failed when another was begun. The Constable de Richemont's return to power led to fresh overtures. He was a statesman as well as a warrior, and his inclinations were known at Dijon and London, as well as at Chinon. The advisers of King Henry VI. Proposed to open a conference, on the 15th of October, 1433, at Calais. They had, they said, a prisoner in England, confined there ever since the battle of Agincourt, Duke Charles of Orleans, who was sincerely desirous of peace, in spite of his family enmity towards the Duke of Burgundy. He was considered a very proper person to promote the negotiations, although he sought in poetry, which was designed to bring lustre to his name, a refuge from politics which made his life a burden. He, one day meeting the Duke of Burgundy's two ambassadors at the Earl of Suffolk's, Henry VI. Prime Minister, went up to them, affectionately took their hands, and, when they inquired after his health, said, "My body is well, my soul is sick. I am dying with vexation at passing my best days a prisoner, without any one to think of me." The ambassadors said that people would be indebted to him for the benefit of peace, for he was known to be laboring for it. "My Lord of Suffolk," said he, "can I tell you that I never cease to urge it upon the king and his council; but I am as useless here as the sword never drawn from the scabbard. I must see my relatives and friends in France; they will not treat, surely, without having consulted with me. If peace depended upon me, though I were doomed to die 7 days after swearing it, that would cause me no regret. However, what matters it what I say? I am not master in anything at all. Next to the two kings, it is the Duke of Burgundy and the Duke of Brittany who have most power. Will you not come and call upon me?" he added, pressing the hand of one of the ambassadors. "They will see you before they go," said the Earl of Suffolk, in a tone which made it plain that no private conversation would be permitted between them. And, indeed, the Earl of Suffolk's barber went alone to wait upon the ambassadors, in order to tell them that, if the Duke of Burgundy desired it, the Duke of Orleans would write to him. "I will undertake," he added, "to bring you his letter." There was evident mistrust, and it was explained to the Burgundian ambassadors by the Earl of Warwick's remark, "Your duke never once came to see our king during his stay in France." The Duke of Bedford used similar language to them. "Why," said he, "does my brother the Duke of Burgundy give way to evil imaginings against me? There is not a prince in the world, after my king, whom I esteem so much. The ill will which seems to exist between us spoils the king's affairs, and his own too. Tell him that I am not the less disposed to serve him." In March, 1435, the Duke of Burgundy went to Paris, taking with them his third wife, Isabel of Portugal, and a magnificent following. There were seen, moreover, in his train, 100 wagons laden with artillery, armor, salted provisions, cheeses, and wines of Burgundy. There was once more joy in Paris, and the duke received the most affectionate welcome. The University was represented before him, and made him a great speech on the necessity of peace. 2 days afterwards a deputation from the city dames of Paris waited upon the Duchess of Burgundy, and implored her to use her influence for the re establishment of peace. She answered, "My good friends, it is the thing I desire most of all in the world. I pray for it night and day to the Lord our God, for I believe that we all have great need of it; and I know for certain that my lord and husband has the greatest willingness to give up to that purpose his person and his substance." At the bottom of his soul Duke Philip's decision was already taken. He had but lately discussed the condition of France with the Constable de Richemont and Duke Charles of Bourbon, his brother in law, whom he had summoned to Nevers with that design. Being convinced of the necessity for peace, he spoke of it to the King of England's advisers whom he found in Paris, and who dared not show absolute opposition to it. It was agreed that, in the month of July, a general, and, more properly speaking, a European conference should meet at Arras, that the legates of Pope Eugenius IV. Should be invited to it, and that consultations should be held thereat as to the means of putting an end to the sufferings of the two kingdoms. Towards the end of July, accordingly, whilst the war was being prosecuted with redoubled ardor on both sides at the very gates of Paris, there arrived at Arras the pope's legates and the ambassadors of the Emperor Sigismund, of the kings of Castile, Aragon, Portugal, Naples, Sicily, Cyprus, Poland, and Denmark, and of the dukes of Brittany and Milan. The University of Paris and many of the good towns of France, Flanders, and even Holland, had sent their deputies thither. Many bishops were there in person. The Bishop of Liege came thither with a magnificent train, mounted, says the chroniclers, on 200 white horses. The Duke of Burgundy made his entrance on the 30th of July, escorted by 300 archers wearing his livery. All the lords who happened to be in the city went to meet him at a league's distance, except the cardinal legates of the pope, who confined themselves to sending their people. 2 days afterwards arrived the ambassadors of the King of France, having at their head the Duke of Bourbon and the Constable de Richemont, together with several of the greatest French lords, and a retinue of 400 or 500 persons. Duke Philip, forewarned of their coming, issued from the city with all the princes and lords who happened to be there. The English alone refused to accompany him, wondering at his showing such a great honor to the ambassadors of their common enemy. Philip went forward a mile to meet his two brothers in law, the Duke of Bourbon and the Count de Richemont, embraced them affectionately, and turned back with them to Arras, amidst the joy and acclamations of the populace. Last of all arrived the Duchess of Burgundy, magnificently dressed, and bringing with her her young son, the Count of Charolais, who was hereafter to be Charles the Rash. The Duke of Bourbon, the Constable de Richemont, and all the lords were on horseback around her litter; but the English, who had gone, like the others, to meet her, were unwilling, on turning back to Arras, to form a part of her retinue with the French. Grand as was the sight, it was not superior in grandeur to the event on the eve of accomplishment. The question was whether France should remain a great nation, in full possession of itself and of its independence under a French king, or whether the King of England should, in London and with the title of King of France, have France in his possession and under his government. Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, was called upon to solve this problem of the future, that is to say, to decide upon the fate of his lineage and his country. As soon as the conference was opened, and no matter what attempts were made to veil or adjourn the question, it was put nakedly. The English, instead of peace, began proposing a long truce, and the marriage of Henry VI. With a daughter of King Charles. The French ambassadors refused, absolutely, to negotiate on this basis; they desired a definitive peace, and their conditions were, that the king and people of England making an end of this situation, so full of clangor for the whole royal house, and of the sufferings for the people. Nevertheless the duke showed strong scruples. The treaty he had sworn to, the promises he had made, threw him into a constant fever of anxiety; he would not have any one able to say that he had in any respect forfeited his honor. He asked for 3 consultations, one with the Italian doctors connected with the pope's legates, another with the English doctors, and another with the French doctors. He was granted all 3, though they were more calculated to furnish him with arguments, each on their own side, than to dissipate his doubts if he had any real ones. The legates ended by solemnly saying to him, "We do conjure you, by the bowels of our Lord Jesus Christ, and by the authority of our Holy Father the Pope, of the Holy Council assembled at Bale, and of the universal Church, to renounce that spirit of vengeance whereby you are moved against King Charles in memory of the late Duke John your father. Nothing can render you more pleasing in the eyes of God, or further augment your fame in this world." For 3 days Duke Philip remained still undecided; but he heard that the Duke of Bedford, regent of France, on behalf of the English, who was his brother in law, had just died at Rouen, on the 14th of September. He was, besides the late King of England, Henry V., the only Englishman who had received promises from the duke, and who lived in intimacy with him. 10 days afterwards, on the 21st of September, the queen, Isabel of Bavaria, also died at Paris; and thus another of the principal causes of shame to the French kingship, and misfortune to France, disappeared from the stage of the world. Duke Philip felt himself more free and more at rest in his mind, if not rightfully, at any rate so far as political and worldly experience was concerned. He declared his readiness to accept the proposals which had been communicated to him by the ambassadors of Charles VII., and on the 21st of September, 1435, peace was signed at Arras between France and Burgundy, without any care for what England might say or do. There was great and general joy in France. It was peace, and national reconciliation as well; Dauphinizers and Burgundians embraced in the streets; the Burgundians were delighted at being able to call themselves Frenchmen. Charles VII. convoked the states general at Tours, to consecrate this alliance. On his knees, upon the bare stone, before the Archbishop of Crete, who had just celebrated mass, the king laid his hands upon the Gospels, and swore the peace, saying that it was his duty to imitate the King of kings, our divine Saviour, who had brought peace amongst men. At the chancellor's order, the princes and great lords, one after the other, took the oath; the nobles and the people of the third estate swore the peace all together, with cries of "Long live the king! Long live the Duke of Burgundy!" "With this hand," said Sire de Lannoy, "I have thrice sworn peace during this war; but I call God to witness that, for my part, this time it shall be kept, and that never will I break it, the peace." Charles VII., in his emotion, seized the hands of Duke Philip's ambassadors, saying, "For a long while I have languished for this happy day; we must thank God for it;" and the Te Deum was intoned with enthusiasm. Peace was really made amongst Frenchmen; and, in spite of many internal difficulties and quarrels, it was not broken as long as Charles VII. And Duke Philip the Good were living. But the war with the English went on incessantly. They still possessed several of the finest provinces of France; and the treaty of Arras, which had weakened them very much on the Continent, had likewise made them very angry. For 26 years, from 1435 to 1461, hostilities continued between the two kingdoms, at one time actively and at another slackly, with occasional suspension by truce, but without any formal termination. There is no use in recounting the details of their monotonous and barren history. Governments and people often persist in maintaining their quarrels and inflicting mutual injuries by the instrumentality of events, acts, and actors that deserve nothing but oblivion. There is no intention here of dwelling upon any events or persons save such as have, for good or for evil, to its glory or sorrow, exercised a considerable influence upon the condition and fortune of France. End of Chapter 24, Part 7. Chapter 24, Part 8 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 24, The 100 Years' War, Charles VII. And Joan of Arc, 1422 to 1462, Part 8. The Peace of Arras brought back to the service of France and her king the Constable de Richemont, Arthur of Brittany, whom the jealousy of George de la Tremoille and the distrustful indolence of Charles VII. Had so long kept out of it. By a somewhat rare privilege, he was in reality, there is reason to suppose, superior to the name he has left behind him in history; and it is only justice to reproduce here the portrait given of him by one of his contemporaries who observed him closely, and knew him well. "Never a man of his time," says William Gruet, "loved justice more than he, or took more pains to do it according to his ability. Never was prince more humble, more charitable, more compassionate, more liberal, less avaricious, or more open handed in a good fashion and without prodigality. He was a proper man, chaste and brave as prince can be, and there was none of his time of better conduct than he in conducting a great battle, or a great siege, and all sorts of approaches in all sorts of ways. Every day, once at least in the 24 hours, his conversation was of war, and he took more pleasure in it than in aught else. Above all things he loved men of valor and good renown, and he more than any other loved and supported the people, and freely did good to poor mendicants and others of God's poor." Nearly all the deeds of De Richemont, from the time that he became powerful again, confirm the truth of this portrait. His first thought and his first labor were to restore Paris to France and to the king. The unhappy city in subjection to the English was the very image of devastation and ruin. The wolves prowled around it by night, and there were in it, says an eye witness, 24,000 houses empty. The Duke of Bedford, in order to get rid of these public tokens of misery, attempted to supply the Parisians with bread and amusements, panem et circenses; but their very diversions were ghastly and melancholy. In 1425 there was painted in the sepulchre of the Innocents a picture called the Dance of Death. Death, grinning with fleshless jaws, was represented taking by the hand all estates of the population in their turn, and making them dance. In the Hotel Armagnac, confiscated, as so many others were, from its owner, a show was exhibited to amuse the people. Four blind men, armed with staves, were shut up with a pig in a little paddock. They had to see whether they could kill the said pig, and when they thought they were belaboring it most they were belaboring one another. The constable resolved to put a stop to this deplorable state of things in the capital of France. In April, 1433, when he had just ordered for himself apartments at St. Denis, he heard that the English had just got in there and plundered the church. He at once gave orders to march. The Burgundians, who made up nearly all his troop, demanded their pay, and would not mount. Richemont gave them his bond, and the march was begun to St. Denis. "You know the country?" said the constable to Marshal Isle Adam. "Yes, my lord," answered the other; "and, by my faith, in the position held by the English, you would do nothing to harm or annoy them, though you had 10,000 fighting men." "Ah! but we will," replied Richemont; "God will help us. Keep pressing forward to support the skirmishers." And he occupied St. Denis, and drove out the English. The population of Paris, being informed of this success, were greatly moved and encouraged. One brave burgess of Paris, Michel Lallier, master of the exchequer, notified to the constable, it is said, that they were ready and quite able to open one of the gates to him, provided that an engagement were entered into in the king's name for a general amnesty and the prevention of all disorder. The constable, on the king's behalf, entered into the required engagement, and presented himself the next day, the 13th of April, with a picked force before the St. Michel gate. The enterprise was discovered. A man posted on the wall made signs to them with his hat, crying out, "Go to the other gate; there is no opening this; work is going on for you in the market quarter." The picked force followed the course of the ramparts up to the St. Jacques gate. "Who goes there?" demanded some burghers who had the guard of it. "Some of the constable's people." He himself came up on his big charger, with satisfaction and courtesy in his mien. Some little time was required for opening the gate; a long ladder was let down, and Marshal Isle Adam was the first to mount, and planted on the wall the standard of France. The fastenings of the drawbridge were burst, and when it was let down, the constable made his entry on horseback, riding calmly down St. Jacques Street, in the midst of a joyous and comforted crowd. "My good friends," he said to them, "the good King Charles, and I on his behalf, do thank you 100,000 times for yielding up to him so quietly the chief city of his kingdom. If there be amongst you, of whatsoever condition he may be, who hath offended against my lord the king, all is forgiven, in the case both of the absent and the present." Then he caused it to be proclaimed by sound of trumpet throughout the streets, that none of his people should be so bold, on pain of hanging, as to take up quarters in the house of any burgher against his will, or to use any reproach whatever, or do the least displeasure to any. At sight of the public joy, the English had retired to the Bastille, where the constable was disposed to besiege them. "My lord," said the burghers to him, "they will surrender; do not reject their offer; it is so far a fine thing enough to have thus recovered Paris. Often, on the contrary, many constables and many marshals have been driven out of it. Take contentedly what God hath granted you." The burghers' prediction was not unverified. The English sallied out of the Bastille by the gate which opened on the fields, and went and took boat in the rear of the Louvre. Next day abundance of provisions arrived in Paris, and the gates were opened to the country folks. The populace freely manifested their joy at being rid of the English. It was plain to see, was the saying, that they were not in France to remain; not one of them had been seen to sow a field with corn or build a house; they destroyed their quarters without a thought of repairing them; they had not restored, peradventure, a single fireplace. There was only their regent, the Duke of Bedford, who was fond of building and making poor people work. He would have liked peace; but the nature of those English is to be always at war with their neighbors, and accordingly they all made a bad end. Thank God, there have already died in France more than 70,000 of them. Up to the taking of Paris by the constable, the Duke of Burgundy had kept himself in reserve, and had maintained a tacit neutrality towards England. He had merely been making, without noisy demonstration, preparations for an enterprise in which he, as Count of Flanders, was very much interested. The success of Richemont inspired him with a hope, and perhaps with a jealous desire, of showing his power and his patriotism as a Frenchman by making war in his turn upon the English, from whom he had by the treaty of Arras effected only a pacific separation. In June, 1436, he went and besieged Calais. This was attacking England at one of the points she was bent on defending most obstinately. Philip had reckoned on the energetic co operation of the cities of Flanders, and at the first blush the Flemings did display a strong inclination to support him in his enterprise. "When the English," they said, "know that my lords of Ghent are on the way to attack them with all their might, they will not await us; they will leave the city and flee away to England." Neither the Flemings nor Philip had correctly estimated the importance which was attached in London to the possession of Calais. When the Duke of Gloucester, Lord Protector of England, found this possession threatened, he sent a herald to defy the Duke of Burgundy, and declared to him that, if he did not wait for battle beneath the walls of Calais, Humphrey of Gloucester would go after him even into his own dominions. "Tell your lord that he will not need to take so much trouble, and that he will find me here," answered Philip proudly. His pride was overconfident. Whether it were only a people's fickleness or intelligent appreciation of their own commercial interests in their relations with England, the Flemings grew speedily disgusted with the siege of Calais, complained of the tardiness in arrival of the fleet which Philip had dispatched thither to close the port against English vessels, and, after having suffered several reverses by sorties of the English garrison, they ended by retiring with such precipitation that they abandoned part of their supplies and artillery. Philip, according to the expression of M. Henri Martin, was reduced to covering their retreat with his cavalry, and then he went away sorrowfully to Lille, to advise about the means of defending his Flemish lordships exposed to the reprisals of the English. Thus the fortune of Burgundy was tottering whilst that of France was recovering itself. The constable's easy occupation of Paris led the majority of the small places in the neighborhood, St. Denis, Chevreuse, Marcoussis, and Montlhery, to decide either upon spontaneous surrender, or allowing themselves to be taken after no great resistance. Charles VII., on his way through France to Lyons, in Dauphiny, Languedoc, Auvergne, and along the Loire, recovered several other towns, for instance, Chateau Landon, Nemours, and Charny. He laid siege in person to Montereau, an important military post with which a recent and sinister reminiscence was connected. A great change now made itself apparent in the king's behavior and disposition. He showed activity and vigilance, and was ready to expose himself without any care for fatigue or danger. On the day of the assault (10th of October, 1437), he went down into the trenches, remained there in water up to his waist, mounted the scaling ladder sword in hand, and was one of the first assailants who penetrated over the top of the walls right into the place. After the surrender of the castle as well as the town of Montereau, he marched on Paris, and made his solemn re entry there on the 12th of November, 1437, for the first time since, in 1418, Tanneguy Duchatel had carried him away, whilst still a child, wrapped in his bedclothes. Charles was received and entertained as became a recovered and a victorious king; but he passed only 3 weeks there, and went away once more, on the 3rd of December, to go and resume, at Orleans first, and then at Bourges, the serious cares of government. It is said to have been at this royal entry into Paris that Agnes Sorel or Soreau, who was soon to have the name of Queen of Beauty, and to assume in French history an almost glorious though illegitimate position, appeared with brilliancy in the train of the queen, Mary of Anjou, to whom the king had appointed her a maid of honor. It is a question whether she did not even then exercise over Charles VII. That influence, serviceable alike to the honor of the king and of France, which was to inspire Francis I., a century later, with this gallant quatrain: "If to win back poor captive France be aught, More honor, gentle Agnes, is thy weed, Than e'er was due to deeds of virtue wrought By cloistered nun or pious hermit breed." It is worth while perhaps to remark that in 1437 Agnes Sorel was already 27. One of the best informed, most impartial, and most sensible historians of that epoch, James du Clercq, merely says on this subject, "King Charles, before he had peace with Duke Philip of Burgundy, led a right holy life and said his canonical hours. But after peace was made with the duke, though the king continued to serve God, he joined himself unto a young woman who was afterwards called Fair Agnes." Nothing is gained by ignoring good even when it is found in company with evil; and there is no intention here of disputing the share of influence exercised by Agnes Sorel upon Charles VII.'s regeneration in politics and war after the treaty of Arras. Nevertheless, in spite of the king's successes at Montereau, and during his passage through central and northern France, the condition of the country was still so bad in 1440, the disorder was so great, and the king so powerless to apply a remedy, that Richemont, disconsolate, was tempted to rid and disburden himself from the government of France and between the rivers, Seine and Loire, no doubt, and to go or send to the king for that purpose. But one day the prior of the Carthusians at Paris called on the constable and found him in his private chapel. "What need you, fair father?" asked Richemont. The prior answered that he wished to speak with my lord the constable. Richemont replied that it was he himself. "Pardon me, my lord," said the prior, "I did not know you; I wish to speak to you, if you please." "Gladly," said Richemont. "Well, my lord, you yesterday held council and considered about disburdening yourself from the government and office you hold hereabouts." "How know you that? Who told you?" "My lord, I do not know it through any person of your council; and do not put yourself out to learn who told me, for it was one of my brethren." "My lord, do not do this thing, and be not troubled, for God will help you." "Ah! fair father, how can that be? The king has no mind to aid me or grant me men or money; and the men at arms hate me because I have justice done on them, and they have no mind to obey me." "My lord, they will do what you desire, and the king will give you orders to go and lay siege to Meaux, and will send you men and money." "Ah! fair father, Meaux is so strong! How can it be done? The King of England was there for 9 months before it." "My lord, be not you troubled; you will not be there so long; keep having good hope in God, and He will help you. Be ever humble, and grow not proud; you will take Meaux ere long; your men will grow proud; they will then have somewhat to suffer, but you will come out of it to your honor." The good prior was right. Meaux was taken; and, when the constable went to tell the news at Paris, the king made him great cheer. There was a continuance of war to the north of the Loire; and amidst many alternations of success and reverses the national cause made great way there. Charles resolved, in 1442, to undertake an expedition to the south of the Loire, in Aquitaine, where the English were still dominant; and he was successful. He took from the English Tartas, Saint Sever, Mermande, La Reole, Blaye, and Bourg sur Mer. Their ally, Count John d'Armagnac, submitted to the King of France. These successes cost Charles VII. The brave La Hire, who died at Montauban of his wounds. On returning to Normandy, where he had left Dunois, Charles, in 1443, conducted a prosperous campaign there. The English leaders were getting weary of a war without any definite issue, and they had proposals made to Charles for a truce, accompanied with a demand on the part of their young king, Henry VII., for the hand of a French princess, Margaret of Anjou, daughter of King Rena, who wore the 3 crowns of Naples, Sicily, and Jerusalem, without possessing any one of the kingdoms. The truce and the marriage were concluded at Tours in 1444. Neither of the arrangements was popular in England. The English people, who had only a far off touch of suffering from the war, considered that their government made too many concessions to France. In France, too, there was some murmuring; the king, it was said, did not press his advantage with sufficient vigor; everybody was in a hurry to see all Aquitaine recovered. But a joy that was boundless and impossible to describe, says Thomas Bazin, the most intelligent of the contemporary historians, spread abroad through the whole population of the Gauls. Having been a prey for so long to incessant terrors, and shut up within the walls of their towns like convicts in a prison, they rejoiced like people restored to freedom after a long and bitter slavery. Companies of both sexes were seen going forth into the country and visiting temples or oratories dedicated to the saints, to pay the vows which they had made in their distress. One fact especially was admirable and the work of God Himself. Before the truce so violent had been the hatred between the two sides, both men at arms and people, that none, whether soldier or burgher, could, without risk to life, go out and pass from one place to another, unless under the protection of a safe conduct. But so soon as the truce was proclaimed, every one went and came at pleasure, in full liberty and security, whether in the same district or in districts under divided rule; and even those who, before the proclamation of the truce, seemed to take no pleasure in anything but a savage outpouring of human blood, now took delight in the sweets of peace, and passed the days in holiday making and dancing with enemies who but lately had been as bloodthirsty as themselves. CHAPTER 24, Part 9 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 24. The 100 Years' War. Charles VII and Joan of Arc, 1422 to 1462, Part 9. But for all their rejoicing at the peace, the French king, lords, and commons had war still in their hearts. National feelings were waking up afresh, the successes of late years had revived their hopes, and the civil dissensions which were at that time disturbing England let favourable chances peep out. Charles VII and his advisers employed the leisure afforded by the truce in preparing for a renewal of the struggle. They were the first to begin it again, and from 1449 to 1451 it was pursued by the French king and nation with ever increasing ardour, and with obstinate courage by the veteran English warriors astounded at no longer being victorious. Normandy and Aquitaine, which was beginning to be called Guyenne only, were throughout this period the constant and the chief theatre of war. Amongst the greatest number of fights and incidents which distinguished the three campaigns in those two provinces, the recapture of Rouen by Dunois in October 1449, the battle of Formigny won near Bayeux on the 15th of April 1450 by the Constable de Richemont, and the twofold capitulation of Bordeaux, first on the 28th of June 1451, and next on the 9th of October 1453, in order to submit to Charles VII, are the only events to which a place in history is due, for those were the days on which the question was solved touching the independence of the nation and the kingship in France. The Duke of Somerset and Lord Talbot were commanding in Rouen when Dunois presented himself beneath its walls, in hopes that the inhabitants would open the gates to him. Some burgesses, indeed, had him apprised of a certain point in the walls at which they might be able to favour the entry of the French. Dunois, at the same time making a feint of attacking in another quarter, arrived at the spot indicated with 4,000 men. The archers drew up before the wall, the men-at-arms dismounted, the burgesses gave the signal, and the planting of scaling ladders began; but when hardly as many as 50 or 60 men had reached the top of the wall, the banner and troops of Talbot were seen advancing. He had been warned in time, and had taken his measures. The assailants were repulsed, and Charles VII, who was just arriving at the camp, seeing the abortiveness of the attempt, went back to Pont de l'Arrêt. But the English had no long joy of their success. They were too weak to make any effectual resistance, and they had no hope of any aid from England. Their leaders authorized the burgesses to demand of the king a safe conduct in order to treat. The conditions offered by Charles were agreeable to the burgesses, but not to the English; and when the archbishop read them out in the hall of the mansion house, Somerset and Talbot witnessed an outburst of joy which revealed to them all their peril. Faggots and benches at once began to rain down from the windows; the English shut themselves up precipitately in the castle, in the gate towers, and in the great tower of the bridge, and the burgesses armed themselves and took possession during the night of the streets and the walls. Dunois, having received notice, arrived in force at the Martinville gate. The inhabitants begged him to march into the city as many men as he pleased. "It shall be as you will," said Dunois. 300 men-at-arms and archers seemed sufficient. Charles VII returned before Rouen; the English asked leave to withdraw without any loss of life or kit, and on condition, said the king, that they take nothing on the march without paying. "We have not the wherewithal," they answered, and the king gave them 100 francs. Negotiations were recommenced. The king required that Harfleur and all the places in the district of Caux should be given up to him. "Ah! as for Harfleur, that cannot be," said the Duke of Somerset; "it is the first town which surrendered to our glorious king, Henry V., 35 years ago." There was further parley. The French consented to give up the demand for Harfleur; but they required that Talbot should remain as hostage until the conditions were fulfilled. The English protested. At last, however, they yielded, and undertook to pay 50,000 golden crowns to settle all accounts which they owed to the tradesmen in the city, and to give up all places in the district of Caen except Harfleur. The Duchess of Somerset and Lord Talbot remained as hostages, and on the 10th of November, 1449, Charles entered Rouen in state, with the character of a victor who knew how to use victory with moderation. The battle of Formigny was at first very doubtful. In order to get from Valognes to Bayeux and Caen the English had to cross at the mouth of the Vire great sands which were passable only at low tide. A weak body of French under command of the Count de Clermont had orders to cut them off from this passage. The English, however, succeeded in forcing it; but just as they were taking position, with the village of Formigny to cover their rear, the Constable de Richemont was seen coming up with 3,000 men in fine order. The English were already strongly entrenched when the battle began. "Let us go and look close at their faces, Admiral," said the constable, Sire de Cotteville. "I doubt whether they will leave their entrenchments," replied the admiral. "I vow to God that, with His grace, they will not abide in them," rejoined the constable; and he gave orders for the most vigorous assault. It lasted nearly 3 hours; the English were forced to fly at 3 points, and lost 3,700 men; several of their leaders were made prisoners; those who were left retired in good order; Bayeux, Avranches, Caen, Falaise, and Cherbourg fell one after the other into the hands of Charles VII.; and by the end of August, 1450, the whole of Normandy had been completely won back by France. The conquest of Guyenne, which was undertaken immediately after that of Normandy, was at the outset more easy and more speedy. Amongst the lords of southern France several hardy patriots, such as John of Blois, Count of Perigord, and Arnold Amanieu, Sire d'Albret, of their own accord began the strife, and on the 1st of November, 1450, inflicted a somewhat severe reverse upon the English near Blanquefort. In the spring of the following year Charles VII. Authorized the Count of Armagnac to take the field, and sent Dunois to assume the command in chief. An army of 20,000 men mustered under his orders, and, in the course of May, 1451, some of the principal places of Guyenne, such as St. Emillon, Blaye, Fronsac, Bourg en Mer, Libourne, and Dax, were taken by assault or capitulated. Bordeaux and Bayonne held out for some weeks; but, on the 12th of June, a treaty concluded between the Bordelese and Dunois secured to the 3 estates of the district the liberties and privileges which they had enjoyed under English supremacy; and it was further stipulated that, if by the 24th of June the city had not been succored by English forces, the estates of Guyenne should recognize the sovereignty of King Charles. When the 24th of June came, a herald went up to one of the towers of the castle and shouted, "Succor from the King of England for them of Bordeaux." None replied to this appeal, so Bordeaux surrendered, and on the 29th of June Dunois took possession of it in the name of the King of France. The siege of Bayonne, which was begun on the 6th of August, came to an end on the 20th by means of a similar treaty. Guyenne was thus completely won. But the English still had a considerable following there. They had held it for 3 centuries, and they had always treated it well in respect of local liberties, agriculture, and commerce. Charles VII., on recovering it, was less wise. He determined to establish there forthwith the taxes, the laws, and the whole regimen of northern France, and the Bordelese were as prompt in protesting against these measures as the king was in employing them. In August, 1452, a deputation from the 3 estates of the province waited upon Charles at Bourges, but did not obtain their demands. On their return to Bordeaux an insurrection was organized, and Peter de Montferrand, Sire de Lesparre, repaired to London and proposed to the English government to resume possession of Guyenne. On the 22nd of October, 1452, Talbot appeared before Bordeaux with a body of 5,000 men. The inhabitants opened their gates to him, and he installed himself there as lieutenant of the King of England, Henry VI. Nearly all the places in the neighborhood, with the exception of Bourg and Blaye, returned beneath the sway of the English. Considerable reinforcements were sent to Talbot from England, and at the same time an English fleet threatened the coast of Normandy. But Charles VII. Was no longer the blind and indolent king he had been in his youth. Nor can the prompt and effectual energy he displayed in 1453 be any longer attributed to the influence of Agnes Sorel, for she died on the 9th of February, 1450. Charles left Richemont and Dunois to hold Normandy, and in the early days of spring moved in person to the south of France with a strong army and the principal Gascon lords who 2 years previously had brought Guyenne back under his power. On the 2nd of June, 1453, he opened the campaign at St. Jean d'Angely. Several places surrendered to him as soon as he appeared before their walls, and on the 13th of July he laid siege to Castillon, on the Dordogne, which had shortly before fallen into the hands of the English. The Bordelese grew alarmed and urged Talbot to oppose the advance of the French. "We may very well let them come nearer yet," said the old warrior, then 80 years of age; "rest assured that, if it please God, I will fulfil my promise when I see that the time and the hour have come." On the night between the 16th and 17th of July, however, Talbot set out with his troops to raise the siege of Castillon. He marched all night and came suddenly in the early morning upon the French archers, quartered in an abbey, who formed the advance guard of their army, which was strongly entrenched before the place. A panic set in amongst this small body, and some of them took to flight. "Ha! you would desert me, then?" said Sire de Ronald, who was in command of them. "Have I not promised you to live and die with you?" They thereupon rallied and managed to join the camp. Talbot, content for the time with this petty success, sent for a chaplain to come and say mass; and, whilst waiting for an opportunity to resume the fight, he permitted the tapping of some casks of wine which had been found in the abbey, and his men set themselves to drinking. A countryman of those parts came hurrying up, and said to Talbot, "My lord, the French are deserting their park and taking to flight; now or never is the hour for fulfilling your promise." Talbot arose and left the mass, shouting, "Never may I hear mass again if I put not to rout the French who are in yonder park." When he arrived in front of the Frenchmen's entrenchment, "My lord," said Sir Thomas Cunningham, an aged gentleman who had for a long time past been his standard bearer, "they have made a false report to you. Observe the depth of the ditch and the faces of yonder men; they don't look like retreating. My opinion is, that for the present we should turn back. The country is for us; we have no lack of provisions, and with a little patience we shall starve out the French." Talbot flew into a passion, gave Sir Thomas a sword cut across the face, had his banner planted on the edge of the ditch, and began the attack. The banner was torn down and Sir Thomas Cunningham killed. "Dismount!" shouted Talbot to his men at arms, English and Gascon. The French camp was defended by a more than usually strong artillery; a body of Bretons, held in reserve, advanced to sustain the shock of the English; and a shot from a culverin struck Talbot, who was already wounded in the face, shattering his thigh, and brought him to the ground. Lord Lisle, his son, flew to raise him. "Let me be," said Talbot; "the day is the enemy's; it will be no shame for thee to fly, for this is thy first battle." But the son remained with his father, and was slain at his side. The defeat of the English was complete. Talbot's body, pierced with wounds, was left on the field of battle. He was so disfigured that, when the dead were removed, he was not recognized. Notice, however, was taken of an old man wearing a cuirass covered with red velvet. This, it was presumed, was he, and he was placed upon a shield and carried into the camp. An English herald came with a request that he might look for Lord Talbot's body. "Would you know him?" he was asked. "Take me to see him," joyfully answered the poor servant, thinking that his master was a prisoner and alive. When he saw him, he hesitated to identify him; he knelt down, put his finger in the mouth of the corpse, and recognized Talbot by the loss of a molar tooth. Throwing off immediately his coat of arms with the colors and bearings of Talbot, "Ah! my lord and master," he cried, "can this be verily you? May God forgive your sins! For 40 years and more have I been your officer at arms and worn your livery, and thus I give it back to you." And he covered with his coat of arms the stark stripped body of the old hero. The English being beaten and Talbot dead, Castillon surrendered, and at unequal intervals Libourne, St. Emillon, Chateauneuf de Medoc, Blanquefort, St. Macaire, Cadillac, etc., followed the example. At the commencement of October, 1453, Bordeaux alone was still holding out. The promoters of the insurrection which had been concerted with the English, amongst others Sire de Duras and Lesparre, protracted the resistance rather in their own self defence than in response to the wishes of the population. The king's artillery threatened the place by land, and by sea a king's fleet from Rochelle and the ports of Brittany blockaded the Gironde. The majority of the king's officers, says the contemporary historian Thomas Bazin, advised him to punish by at least the destruction of their walls the Bordelese who had recalled the English to their city; but Charles, more merciful and more soft hearted, refused. He confined himself to withdrawing from Bordeaux her municipal privileges, which, however, she soon partially recovered, and to imposing upon her a fine of 100,000 gold crowns, afterwards reduced to 30,000. He caused to be built at the expense of the city two fortresses, Fort of the Ila and the Castle of Trompette, to keep in check so bold and fickle a population; and an amnesty was proclaimed for all but 20 specified persons, who were banished. On these conditions the capitulation was concluded and signed on the 17th of October. The English re embarked, and Charles, without entering Bordeaux, returned to Touraine. The English had no longer any possession in France but Calais and Guines; the 100 Years' War was over. And to whom was the glory? Charles VII. Himself decided the question. When, in 1455, 24 years after the death of Joan of Arc, he at Rome and at Rouen prosecuted her claims for restoration of her character, and did for her fame and her memory all that was still possible, he was but relieving his conscience from a load of ingratitude and remorse which in general weighs lightly upon men, and especially upon kings, and he was discharging towards the Maid of Domremy the debt due by the French and the French kingship, when he thus proclaimed that to Joan above all they owed their deliverance and their independence. Before men and before God Charles was justified in so thinking. The moral are not the soul, but they are the most powerful forces which decide the fates of people; and Joan had roused the feelings of the soul, and given to the struggles between France and England its religious and national character. At Rheims, when she repaired thither for the king's coronation, she said of her own banner, "It has a right to the honor, for it has been at the pains." She, first amongst all, had a right to the glory, for she had been the first to contribute to the success. Next to Joan of Arc, the Constable de Richemont was the most effective and the most glorious among the liberators of France and of the king. He was a strict and stern warrior, unscrupulous and pitiless towards his enemies, especially towards such as he despised, severe in regard to himself, dignified in his manners, never guilty of swearing himself, and punishing swearing as a breach of discipline amongst the troops placed under his orders. Like a true patriot and a royalist, he had more at heart his duty towards France and the king than he had his own personal interests. He was fond of war, and conducted it bravely and skilfully, without rashness but without timidity. "Wherever the constable is," said Charles VII., "there I am free from anxiety; he will do all that is possible." He set his title and office of Constable of France above his rank as a great lord; and when, after the death of his brother Duke Peter II., he himself became Duke of Brittany, he always had the constable's sword carried before him, saying, "I wish to honor in my old age a function which did me honor in my youth." His good services were not confined to the wars of his time; he was one of the principal reformers of the military system in France by the substitution of regular troops for feudal service. He has not obtained, it is to be feared, in the history of the 15th century, the place which properly belongs to him. Dunois, La Hire, Xaintrailles, and Marshals de Boussac and de Lafayette were, under Charles VII., brilliant warriors and useful servants of the king and of France; but, in spite of their knightly renown, it is questionable if they can be reckoned, like the Constable de Richemont, amongst the liberators of national independence. There are degrees of glory, and it is the duty of history not to distribute it too readily and, as it were, by handfuls. CHAPTER XXIV. Chapter 24, Part 10 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 24. The 100 Years' War. Charles VII. and Joan of Arc, 1422 to 1462, Part 10. Besides all these warriors, we meet, under the sway of Charles VII., at first in a humble capacity and afterwards at his court, in his diplomatic service, and sometimes in his closest confidence; a man of quite a different origin and quite another profession, but one who nevertheless acquired by peaceful toil great riches and great influence; both brought to a melancholy termination by a conviction and a consequent ruin from which at the approach of old age he was still striving to recover by means of fresh ventures. Jacques Coeur was born at Bourges at the close of the 14th century. His father was a furrier, already sufficiently well established and sufficiently rich to allow of his son's marrying, in 1418, the provost's daughter of his own city. Some years afterwards Jacques Coeur underwent a troublesome trial for infraction of the rules touching the coinage of money; but, thanks to a commutation of the penalty, graciously accorded by Charles VII., he got off with a fine, and from that time forward directed all his energies towards commerce. In 1432, a squire in the service of the Duke of Burgundy was travelling in the Holy Land, and met him at Damascus in company with several Venetians, Genoese, Florentine, and Catalan traders, with whom he was doing business. He was, says his contemporary Thomas Bazin, a man unlettered and of plebeian family, but of great and ingenious mind, well versed in the practical affairs of that age. He was the first in all France to build and man ships which transported to Africa and to the East woollen stuffs and other produce of the kingdom, penetrated as far as Egypt, and brought back with them silken stuffs and all manner of spices, which they distributed not only in France, but in Catalonia and the neighboring countries, whereas heretofore it was by means of the Venetians, the Genoese, or the Barcelonese that such supplies found their way into France. Jacques Coeur, temporarily established at Montpellier, became a great and a celebrated merchant. In 1433 Charles VII. Put into his hands the direction of the mint at Paris, and began to take his advice as to the administration of the crown's finances. In 1440 he was appointed moneyman to the king, ennobled together with his wife and children, commissioned soon afterwards to draw up new regulations for the manufacture of cloth at Bourges, and invested on his own private account with numerous commercial privileges. He had already at this period, it was said, 300 manufacturing hands in his employment, and he was working at the same time silver, lead, and copper mines situated in the environs of Tarare and Lyons. Between 1442 and 1446 he had one of his nephews sent as ambassador to Egypt, and obtained for the French consuls in the Levant the same advantages as were enjoyed by those of the most favored nations. Not only his favor in the eyes of the king, but his administrative and even his political appointments went on constantly increasing. Between 1444 and 1446 the king several times named him one of his commissioners to the estates of Languedoc, and for the installation of the new parliament of Toulouse. In 1446 he formed one of an embassy sent to Italy to try and acquire for the French the possession of Genoa, which was harassed by civil dissensions. In 1447 he received from Charles VII. A still more important commission, to bring about an arrangement between the two popes elected, one under the name of Felix V., and the other under that of Nicholas V., and he was successful. His immense wealth greatly contributed to his influence. M. Pierre Clement, Jacques Coeur et Charles, ou la France au XVe siècle, pp. 1 46, has given a list of 32 estates and lordships which Jacques Coeur had bought either in Berry or in the neighboring provinces. He possessed besides 4 mansions and 2 hostels at Lyons, mansions at Beaucaire, at Béziers, at Saint Pourçain, at Marseilles, and at Montpellier; and he had built for his own residence, at Bourges, the celebrated hostel which still exists as an admirable model of Gothic and national art in the 15th century, a tempting combination with the art of Italian Renaissance. M. Clement, in his table of Jacques Coeur's wealth, does not count either the mines which he worked at various spots in France, nor the vast capital, unknown, which he turned to profit in his commercial enterprises. But, on the other hand, he names, with certain et ceteras, 42 court personages, or king's officers, indebted to Jacques Coeur for large or small sums he had lent them. We will quote but 2 instances of Jacques Coeur's financial connection, not with courtiers, however, but with the royal family and the king himself. Margaret of Scotland, wife of the dauphin who became Louis IX., wrote with her own hand, on the 20th of July, 1444, "We, Margaret, Dauphiness of Viennoise, do acknowledge to have received from Master Stephen Petit secretary of my lord the king, and receiver general of his finances for Languedoc and Guienne, 2,000 livres of Tours, to us given by my said lord, and to us advanced by the hand of Jacques Coeur, his moneyman, we being but lately in Lorraine, for to get silken stuff and sables to make robes for our person." In 1449, when Charles VII. Determined to drive the English from Normandy, his treasury was exhausted, and he had recourse to Jacques Coeur. "Sir," said the traitor to the king, "what I have is yours," and lent him 200,000 crowns; "the effect of which was," says Jacques Duclercq, "that during this conquest, all the men at arms of the King of France, and all those who were in his service, were paid their wages month by month." An original document, dated 1450, which exists in the Cabinet des Titres of the National Library, bears upon it a receipt for 60,000 livres from Jacques Coeur to the king's receiver general in Normandy, in restitution of the like sum lent me in ready money by the said lord in the month of August last past, on occasion of the surrendering to his authority of the towns and castle of Cherbourg, at that time held by the English, the ancient enemies of this realm. It was probably a partial repayment of the 200,000 crowns lent by Jacques Coeur to the king at this juncture, according to all the contemporary chroniclers. Enormous and unexpected wealth excites envy and suspicion at the same time that it confers influence, and the envious before long became enemies. Sullen murmurs against Jacques Coeur were raised in the king's own circle, and the way in which he had begun to make his fortune, the coinage of questionable money, furnished some specious ground for them. There is too general an inclination amongst potentates of the earth to give an easy ear to reasons, good or bad, for dispensing with the gratitude and respect otherwise due to those who serve them. Charles VII., after having long been the patron and debtor of Jacques Coeur, all at once, in 1451, shared the suspicions aroused against him. To accusations of grave abuses and malversations in money matters was added one of even more importance. Agnes Sorel had died 18 months previously, February 9, 1450, and on her deathbed she had appointed Jacques Coeur one of the 3 executors of her will. In July, 1451, Jacques was at Taillebourg, in Guienne, whence he wrote to his wife that "he was in as good a case and was as well with the king as ever he had been, whatever anybody might say." Indeed, on the 22d of July Charles VII. Granted him a sum of 772 livres of Tours, to help him keep up his condition, and be more honorably equipped for his service. And nevertheless, on the 31st of July, on the information of 2 persons of the court, who accused Jacques Coeur of having poisoned Agnes Sorel, Charles ordered his arrest and the seizure of his goods, on which he immediately levied 100,000 crowns for the purposes of the war. Commissioners extraordinary, taken from amongst the king's grand council, were charged to try him; and Charles VII. Declared, it is said, that if the said moneyman were not found liable to the charge of having poisoned or caused to be poisoned Agnes Sorel, he threw up and forgave all the other cases against him. The accusation of poisoning was soon acknowledged to be false, and the 2 informers were condemned as calumniators, but the trial was, nevertheless, proceeded with. Jacques Coeur was accused of having sold arms to the infidels, of having coined like crowns, of having pressed on board of his vessels, at Montpellier, several individuals, of whom one had thrown himself into the sea from desperation, and, lastly, of having appropriated to himself presents made to the king, in several towns of Languedoc, and of having practised in that country frequent exaction, to the prejudice of the king as well as of his subjects. After 22 months of imprisonment, Jacques Coeur, on the 29th of May, 1453, was convicted in the king's name on divers charges, of which several entailed a capital penalty; but whereas Pope Nicholas V. had issued a rescript and made request in favor of Jacques Coeur, and regard also being had to services received from him, Charles VII. Spared his life, on condition that he should pay to the king 100,000 crowns by way of restitution, 300,000 by way of fine, and should be kept in prison until the whole claim was satisfied. And the decree ended as follows: "We have declared and do declare all the goods of the said Jacques Coeur confiscated to us, and we have banished and do banish this Jacques Coeur for ever from this realm, reserving thereanat our own good pleasure." After having spent nearly 3 years more in prison, transported from dungeon to dungeon, Jacques Coeur, thanks to the faithful and zealous affection of a few friends, managed to escape from Beaucaire, to embark at Nice and to reach Rome, where Pope Nicholas V. welcomed him with tokens of lively interest. Nicholas died shortly afterwards, just when he was preparing an expedition against the Turks. His successor, Calixtus III., carried out his design, and equipped a fleet of 16 galleys. This fleet required a commander of energy, resolution, and celebrity. Jacques Coeur had lived and fought with Dunois, Xaintrailles, La Hire, and the most valiant French captains; he was known and popular in Italy and the Levant, and the pope appointed him captain general of the expedition. Charles VII.'s moneyman, ruined, convicted, and banished from France, sailed away at the head of the pope's squadron of some Catalan pirates, to carry help against the Turks to Rhodes, Chios, Lesbos, Lemnos, and the whole Grecian archipelago. On arriving at Chios, in November, 1456, he fell ill there, and, perceiving his end approaching, he wrote to his king, to commend to him his children, and to beg that, considering the great wealth and honors he had in his time enjoyed in the king's service, it might be the king's good pleasure to give something to his children, in order that they, even those of whom who were secular, might be able to live honestly, without coming to want. He died at Chits on the 25th of November, 1456, and, according to the historian Jean d'Auton, who had probably lived in the society of Jacques Coeur's children, he remained interred in the church of the Cordeliers in that island, at the centre of the choir. We have felt bound to represent with some detail the active and energetic life, prosperous for a long while and afterwards so grievous and hazardous up to its very last day, of this great French merchant at the close of the Middle Ages, who was the first to extend afar in Europe, Africa, and Asia the commercial relations of France, and, after the example of the great Italian merchants, to make an attempt to combine politics with commerce, and to promote at one and the same time the material interests of his country and the influence of his government. There can be no doubt but that Jacques Coeur was unscrupulous and frequently visionary as a man of business; but, at the same time, he was inventive, able, and bold, and, whilst pursuing his own fortunes to the utmost, he contributed a great deal to develop, in the ways of peace, the commercial, industrial, diplomatic, and artistic enterprise of France. In his relations toward his king, Jacques Coeur was to Charles VII. A servant, often over adventurous, slippery, and compromising, but often also useful, full of resource, efficient, and devoted in the hour of difficulty. Charles VII. Was to Jacques Coeur a selfish and ungrateful patron, who contemptuously deserted the man whose brains he had sucked and ruined him pitilessly after having himself contributed to enrich him unscrupulously. End of Chapter 24, Part 10. Chapter 24, Part 11 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 24, The 100 Years' War, Charles VII. And Joan of Arc, 1422 to 1462, Part 11. We have now reached the end of events under this long reign. All that remains is to run over the substantial results of Charles VII.'s government, and the melancholy imbroglios of his later years with his son, the turbulent, tricky, and wickedly able-born conspirator who was to succeed him under the name of Louis XI. One fact is at the outset to be remarked upon. It at the first blush appears singular, but it admits of easy explanation. In the first 19 years of his reign, from 1423 to 1442, Charles VII. Frequently convoked the States General, at one time of northern France, or Languedoc, at another of southern France, or Languedoc. 24 such assemblies took place during this period at Bourges, at Selles in Berry, at Le Puy in Velay, at Meun-sur-Yevre, at Chinon, at Sully-sur-Loire, at Tours, at Orleans, at Nevers, at Carcassonne, and at different spots in Languedoc. It was the time of the great war between France on the one side and England and Burgundy allied on the other, the time of intrigues incessantly recurring at court, and the time likewise of carelessness and indolence on the part of Charles VII., more devoted to his pleasures than regardful of his government. He had incessant need of states general to supply him with money and men, and support him through the difficulties of his position. But when, dating from the peace of Arras, September 21, 1435, Charles VII., having become reconciled with the Duke of Burgundy, was deliverer from civil war, and was at grips with none but England, already half beaten by the divine inspiration, the triumph, and the martyrdom of Joan of Arc, his posture and his behavior underwent a rare transformation. Without ceasing to be a coldly selfish and scandalously licentious king, he became practical, hard working, statesmanlike king, jealous and disposed to govern by himself, but at the same time watchful and skilful in availing himself of the able advisers who, whether it were by a happy accident or by his own choice, were grouped around him. He had his days and hours for dealing with all sorts of men, one hour with the clergy, another with the nobles, another with foreigners, another with mechanical folks, armorers, and gunners. In respect of all these persons he had a full remembrance of their cases and their appointed day. On Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday he worked with the chancellor, and got through all claims connected with justice. On Wednesday he first of all gave audience to the marshals, captains, and men of war. On the same day he held a council of finance, independently of another council which was also held on the same subject every Friday. It was by such assiduous toil that Charles VII., in concert with his advisers, was able to take in hand and accomplish, in the military, financial, and judicial system of the realm, those bold and at the same time prudent reforms which wrested the country from the state of disorder, pillage, and general insecurity to which it had been a prey, and commenced the era of that great monarchical administration, which, in spite of many troubles and vicissitudes, was destined to be, during more than 3 centuries, the government of France. The Constable de Richemont and Marshal de Lafayette were, in respect of military matters, Charles VII.'s principal advisers, and it was by their counsel and with their co operation that he substituted for feudal service, and for the bands of wandering mercenaries, routiers, mustered and maintained by haphazard, a permanent army, regularly levied, provided for, paid, and commanded, and charged with the duty of keeping order at home, and at the same time subserving abroad the interests and policy of the state. In connection with, and as a natural consequence of this military system, Charles VII., on his own sole authority, established certain permanent imposts with the object of making up any deficiency in the royal treasury, whilst waiting for a vote of such taxes extraordinary as might be demanded of the states general. Jacques Coeur, the 2 brothers Bureau, Martin Gouge, Michel Lallier, William Cousinot, and many other councillors, of burgher origin, labored zealously to establish this administrative system, so prompt and freed from all independent discussion. Weary of wars, irregularities, and sufferings, France, in the 15th century, asked for nothing but peace and security; and so soon as the kingship showed that it had an intention and was in a condition to provide her with them, the nation took little or no trouble about political guarantees, which as yet it knew neither how to establish nor how to exercise. Its right to them was not disputed in principle; they were merely permitted to fall into disuse; and Charles VII., who during the first half of his reign had 24 times assembled the states general to ask them for taxes and soldiers, was able in the second to raise personally both soldiers and taxes without drawing forth any complaint hardly, save from his contemporary historian, the Bishop of Lisieux, Thomas Bazin, who said, "Into such misery and servitude is fallen the realm of France, heretofore so noble and free, that all the inhabitants are openly declared by the generals of finance and their clerks taxable at the will of the king, without anybody's daring to murmur or even ask for mercy." There is at every juncture, and in all ages of the world, a certain amount, though varying very much, of good order, justice, and security, without which men cannot get on; and when they lack it, either through the fault of those who govern them or through their own fault, they seek after it with the blind eyes of passion, and are ready to accept it, no matter what power may procure it for them, or what price it may cost them. Charles VII. Was a prince neither to be respected nor to be loved, and during many years his reign had not been a prosperous one; but he requickened justice, which had been a long while dead, says a chronicler devoted to the Duke of Burgundy; he put an end to the tyrannies and exactions of the men at arms, and out of an infinity of murderers and robbers he formed men of resolution and honest life. He made regular paths in murderous woods and forests, all roads safe, all towns peaceful, all nationalities of his kingdom tranquil. He chastised the evil and honored the good, and he was sparing of human blood." Let it be added, in accordance with contemporary testimony, that at the same time that he established an all but arbitrary rule in military and financial matters, Charles VII. Took care that practical justice, in the case of every individual, was promptly rendered to poor as well as rich, to small as well as great. He forbade all trafficking in the offices of the magistracy, and every time that a place became vacant in a parliament he made no nomination to it, save on the presentations of the court. Questions of military, financial, and judicial organization were not the only ones which occupied the government of Charles VII. He attacked also ecclesiastical questions, which were at that period a subject of passionate discussion in Christian Europe amongst the councils of the Church and in the closets of princes. The celebrated ordinance, known by the name of Pragmatic Sanction, which Charles VII. Issued at Bourges on the 7th of July, 1438, with the concurrence of a grand national council, laic and ecclesiastical, was directed towards the carrying out, in the internal regulations of the French Church, and in the relations either of the state with the Church in France, or of the Church of France with the papacy, of reforms long since desired or dreaded by the different powers and interests. It would be impossible to touch here upon these difficult and delicate questions without going far beyond the limits imposed on the writer of this history. All that can be said is, that there was no lack of a religious spirit, or of a liberal spirit, in the Pragmatic Sanction of Charles VII., and that the majority of the measures contained in it were adopted with the approbation of the greater part of the French clergy, as well as of educated laymen in France. In whatever light it is regarded, the government of Charles VII. In the latter part of his reign brought him not only in France, but throughout Europe, a great deal of fame and power. When he had driven the English out of his kingdom, he was called Charles the Victorious; and when he had introduced into the internal regulations of the state so many important and effective reforms, he was called Charles the Well served. The sense that he had by nature, says his historian Castellane, had been increased to twice as much again in his straitened fortunes, by long constraint in perilous dangers, which sharpened his wits perforce. "He is the King of kings," was said of him by the Doge of Venice, Francis Foscari, a good judge of policy; "there is no doing without him." Nevertheless, at the close, so influential and so tranquil, of his reign, Charles VII. Was, in his individual and private life, the most desolate, the most harassed, and the most unhappy man in his kingdom. In 1442 and 1450 he had lost the two women who had been, respectively, the most devoted and most useful, and the most delightful and dearest to him, his mother in law, Yolande of Aragon, Queen of Sicily, and his favorite, Agnes Sorel. His avowed intimacy with Agnes, and even independently of her and after her death, the scandalous licentiousness of his morals, had justly offended his virtuous wife, Mary of Anjou, the only lady of the royal establishment who survived him. She had brought him 12 children, and the eldest, the Dauphin Louis, after having from his very youth behaved in a fractious, harebrained, turbulent way towards the king his father, had become at one time an open rebel, at another a venomous conspirator and a dangerous enemy. At his birth in 1423 he had been named Louis in remembrance of his ancestor, Saint Louis, and in hopes that he would resemble him. In 1440, at 17 years of age, he allied himself with the great lords who were displeased with the new military system established by Charles VII., and allowed himself to be drawn by them into the transient rebellion known by the name of Praguery. When the king, having put it down, refused to receive the rebels to favor, the dauphin said to his father, "My lord, I must go back with them, then, for so I promised them." "Louis," replied the king, "the gates are open, and if they are not high enough I will have 16 or 20 fathom of wall knocked down for you, that you may go whither it seems best to you." Charles VII. Had made his son marry Margaret Stuart of Scotland, that charming princess who was so smitten with the language and literature of France that, coming one day upon the poet Alan Chartier asleep on a bench, she kissed him on the forehead in the presence of her mightily astonished train, for he was very ugly. The dauphin rendered his wife so wretched that she died in 1445, at the age of 21, with these words upon her lips: "Oh, fie on life! Speak to me no more of it." In 1449, just when the king his father was taking up arms to drive the English out of Normandy, the Dauphin Louis, who was now living entirely in Dauphiny, concluded at Briancon a secret league with the Duke of Savoy, against the ministers of the King of France, his enemies. In 1456, in order to escape from the perils brought upon him by the plots which he, in the heart of Dauphiny, was incessantly hatching against his father, Louis fled from Grenoble and went to take refuge in Brussels with the Duke of Burgundy, Philip the Good, who willingly received him, at the same time excusing himself to Charles VII. On the ground of the respect he owed to the son of his suzerain, and putting at the disposal of Louis, his guest, a pension of 36,000 livres. "He has received the fox at his court," said Charles; "he will soon see what will become of his chickens." But the pleasantries of the king did not chase away the sorrows of the father. "Mine enemies have full trust in me," said Charles, "but my son will have none. If he had but once spoken with me, he would have known full well that he ought to have neither doubts nor fears. On my royal word, if he will but come to me, when he has opened his heart and learned my intentions, he may go away again whithersoever it seems good to him." Charles, in his old age and his sorrow, forgot how distrustful and how fearful he himself had been. "It is ever your pleasure," wrote one of his councillors to him in a burst of frankness, "to be shut up in castles, wretched places, and all sorts of little closets, without showing yourself and listening to the complaints of your poor people." Charles VII. Had shown scarcely more confidence to his son than to his people. Louis yielded neither to words nor to sorrows of which proofs were reaching him nearly every day. He remained impassive at the Duke of Burgundy's, where he seemed to be waiting with scandalous indifference for the news of his father's death. Charles sank into a state of profound melancholy and general distrust. He had his doctor, Adam Founy, put in prison, persuaded himself that his son had wished and was still wishing to poison him, and refused to take any kind of nourishment. No representation, no solicitation, could win him from his depression and obstinacy. It was in vain that Charles, Duke of Berry, his favorite child, offered to first taste the food set before him. It was in vain that his servants represented to him with tears, says Bossuet, what madness it was to cause his own death for fear of dying; when at last he would have made an effort to eat, it was too late, and he must die. On the 2nd of July, 1461, he asked what day it was, and was told that it was St. Magdalen's day. "Ah," said he, "I do laud my God, and thank him for that it hath pleased him that the most sinful man in the world should die on the sinful woman's day. Dampmartin," said he to the count of that name, who was leaning over his bed, "I do beseech you that after my death you will serve so far as you can the little lord, my son Charles." He called his confessor, received the sacraments, gave orders that he should be buried at St. Denis beside the king his father, and expired. No more than his son Louis, though for different reasons, was his wife, Queen Mary of Anjou, at his side. She was living at Chinon, whither she had removed a long while before by order of the king her husband. Thus, deserted by them of his own household, and disgusted with his own life, died that king of whom a contemporary chronicler, whilst recommending his soul to God, remarked, "When he was alive, he was a right wise and valiant lord, and he left his kingdom united, and in good case as to justice and tranquillity." CHAPTER XXV.
Part 1 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 25. Louis XI, 1461 to 1483. Part 1. Louis XI was 38 years old, and had been living for 5 years in voluntary exile at the castle of Genappe in Hainault, beyond the dominions of the king his father, and within those of Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, when on the 23rd of July, 1461, the day after Charles VII's death, he learned that he was King of France. He started at once to return to his own country, and take possession of his kingdom. He arrived at Rheims on the 14th of August, was solemnly crowned there on the 18th, in presence of the two courts of France and Burgundy, and on the 30th made his entry into Paris, within which he had not set foot for 26 years. In 1482, 21 years afterwards, he, sick and almost dying in his turn at his castle of Plessis-les-Tours, went nevertheless to Amboise, where his son, the Dauphin, who was about to become Charles VIII., and whom he had not seen for several years, was living. I do expressly enjoin upon you, said the father to the son, as my last counsel and my last instructions, not to change a single one of the chief officers of the crown. When my father, King Charles VII., went to God, and I myself came to the throne, I disappointed, deprived of their appointments, all the good and notable knights of the kingdom, who had aided and served my said father in conquering Normandy and Guienne, in driving the English out of the kingdom, and in restoring it to peace and good order, for so I found it, and right rich also. Therefrom much mischief came to me, for thence I had the war called the Commonweal, which all but cost me my crown. With the experience and paternal care of an old man, whom the near prospect of death rendered perfectly disinterested, wholly selfish as his own life had been, Louis's heart was bent upon saving his son from the first error which he himself had committed on mounting the throne. Gentlemen, said Dunois, on rising from table at the funeral banquet held at the Abbey of St. Denis, in honour of the obsequies of King Charles VII., we have lost our master, let each look after himself. The old warrior foresaw that the new reign would not be like that which had just ended. Charles VII. Had been a prince of indolent disposition, more inclined to pleasure than ambition, whom the long and severe trials of his life had moulded to government without his having any passion for governing, and who had become in a quiet way a wise and powerful king, without any eager desire to be incessantly and everywhere chief actor and master. His son Louis, on the contrary, was completely possessed with a craving for doing, talking, agitating, domineering, and reaching, no matter by what means, the different and manifold ends he proposed to himself. Anything but prepossessing in appearance, supported on long and thin shanks, vulgar in looks, and often designedly ill dressed, and undignified in his manners, though haughty in mind, he was powerful by the sheer force of a mind marvellously lively, supple, unerring, ready and inventive, and on a character indefatigably active, and pursuing success as a passion, without any scruple or embarrassment in the employment of means. His contemporaries, after observing his reign for some time, gave him the name of the universal spider, so relentlessly did he labour to weave a web of which he himself occupied the centre, and extended the filaments in all directions. As soon as he was king, he indulged himself with that first piece of vindictive satisfaction, of which he was in his last moments obliged to acknowledge the mistake. At Rheims, at the time of his coronation, the aged and judicious Duke Philip of Burgundy had begged him to forgive all those who had offended him. Louis promised to do so, with the exception, however, of 7 persons whom he did not name. They were the most faithful and most able advisers of the king his father, those who had best served Charles VII., even in his embroilments with the Dauphin, his conspiring and rebellious son, viz., Anthony de Chabannes, Count of Dampmartin, Peter de Brise, Andrew de Laval, Juvenal des Ursins, etc. Some lost their places, and were even for a while subjected to persecution. The others, remaining still at court, received there many marks of the king's disfavour. On the other hand, Louis made a show of treating graciously the men who had most incurred and deserved disgrace at his father's hands, notably the Duke of Alençon, and the Count of Armagnac. Nor was it only in respect of persons that he departed from paternal tradition. He rejected it openly in the case of one of the most important acts of Charles VII.'s reign, the Pragmatic Sanction issued by that prince at Bourses in 1438, touching the internal regulations of the Church of France and its relations towards the papacy. The popes, and especially Pius II., Louis XI's contemporary, had constantly and vigorously protested against that act. Barely 4 months after his accession, on the 27th of November, 1461, Louis, in order to gain favour with the Pope, abrogated the Pragmatic Sanction, and informed the Pope of the fact in a letter full of devotion. There was great joy at Rome, and the Pope replied to the king's letter in the strongest terms of gratitude and commendation. But Louis's courtesy had not been so disinterested as it was prompt. He had hoped that Pius II. Would abandon the cause of Ferdinand of Aragon, a claimant to the throne of Naples, and would uphold that of his rival, the French prince, John of Anjou, Duke of Calabria, whose champion Louis had declared himself. He bade his ambassador at Rome to remind the Pope of the royal hopes. "You know," said the ambassador to Pius II., "it is only on this condition that the king my master abolished the Pragmatic. He was pleased to desire that in his kingdom full obedience should be rendered to you. He demands, on the other hand, that you should be pleased to be a friend to France. Otherwise, I have orders to bid all the French cardinals withdraw, and you cannot doubt but that they will obey." But Pius II. Was more proud than Louis XI. Dared to be imperious. He answered, "We are under very great obligations to the King of France, but that gives him no right to exact from us things contrary to justice and to our honour. We have sent aid to Ferdinand by virtue of the treaties we have with him. Let the king your master compel the Duke of Anjou to lay down arms and prosecute his rights by course of justice, and if Ferdinand refuse to submit thereto, we will declare against him, but we cannot promise more. If the French who are at our court wish to withdraw, the gates are open to them." The king, a little ashamed at the fruitlessness of his concession and of his threat, had for an instant some desire to re establish the Pragmatic Sanction, for which the Parliament of Paris had taken up the cudgels; but all considered, he thought it better to put up in silence with his rebuff, and pay the penalty for a rash concession, than to get involved with the court of Rome in a struggle of which he could not measure the gravity; and he contented himself with letting the Parliament maintain in principle and partially keep up the Pragmatic. This was his first apprenticeship in that outward resignation and patience amidst his own mistakes, of which he was destined to be called upon more than once in the course of his life to make a humble but skilful use. Chapter 25.
Chapter 25, Part 2 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 25. Louis XI, 1461 to 1483, Part 2. At the same time that, at the pinnacle of government and in his court, Louis was thus making his power felt, and was engaging a new set of servants, he was zealously endeavoring to win over, everywhere, the middle class and the populace. He left Rouen in the hands of its own inhabitants. In Guienne, in Auvergne, at Tours, he gave the burgesses authority to assemble, and his orders to the royal agents were, "Whatever is done, see that it be answered for unto us by two of the most notable burgesses of the principal cities." At Rheims the rumor ran that under King Louis there would be no more tax or talliage. When deputations went before him to complain of the weight of imposts, he would say, "I thank you, my dear and good friends, for making such remonstrances to me. I have nothing more at heart than to put an end to all sorts of exactions, and to re establish my kingdom in its ancient liberties. I have just been passing 5 years in the countries of my uncle of Burgundy, and there I saw good cities mighty rich and full of inhabitants, and folks well clad, well housed, well off, lacking nothing; the commerce there is great, and the communes there have fine privileges. When I came into my own kingdom I saw, on the contrary, houses in ruins, fields without tillage, men and women in rags, faces pinched and pale. It is a great pity, and my soul is filled with sorrow at it. All my desire is to apply a remedy thereto, and with God's help we will bring it to pass." The good folks departed, charmed with such familiarity, so prodigal of hope; but facts before long gave the lie to words. When the time came for renewing at Rheims the claim for local taxes, the people showed opposition, and all the papers were burned in the open street. The king employed stratagem. In order not to encounter overt resistance, he caused a large number of his folks to disguise themselves as tillers or artisans, and so entering the town, they were masters of it before the people could think of defending themselves. The ringleaders of the rebellion were drawn and quartered, and about 100 persons were beheaded or hanged. At Angers, at Alencon, and at Aurillac, there were similar outbursts similarly punished. From that moment it was easy to prognosticate that, with the new king, familiarity would not prevent severity, or even cruelty. According to the requirements of the crisis Louis had no more hesitation about violating than making promises; and all the while that he was seeking after popularity, he intended to make his power felt at any price. How could he have done without heavy imposts and submission on the part of the taxpayers? For it was not only at home in his own kingdom that he desired to be chief actor and master. He pushed his ambitions and his activity abroad into divers European states. In Italy he had his own claimant to the throne of Naples, in opposition to the King of Aragon's. In Spain the kings of Aragon and Castile were in a state of rivalry and war. A sedition broke out in Catalonia. Louis XI. lent the King of Aragon 350,000 golden crowns to help him in raising 1,100 lances, and reducing the rebels. Civil war was devastating England. The houses of York and Lancaster were disputing the crown. Louis XI. kept up relations with both sides, and, without embroiling himself with the Duke of York, who became Edward IV., he received at Chinon the heroic Margaret of Anjou, wife of Henry VI., and lent 20,000 pounds sterling to that prince, then disthroned, who undertook either to repay them within a year or to hand over Calais, when he was re established upon his throne, to the King of France. In the same way John II., King of Aragon, had put Roussillon and Cerdagne into the hands of Louis XVI., as a security for the loan of 350,000 crowns he had borrowed. Amidst all the plans and enterprises of his personal ambition, Louis was seriously concerned for the greatness of France; but he drew upon her resources, and compromised her far beyond what was compatible with her real interests, by mixing himself up at every opportunity, and by every sort of intrigue, with the affairs and quarrels of the kings and peoples around him. In France itself he had quite enough of questions to be solved and perils to be surmounted to absorb and satisfy the most vigilant and most active of men. 4 princes of very unequal power, but all equal for independence and preponderance, viz., Charles, Duke of Berry, his brother Francis II., Duke of Brittany, Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, his uncle, and John, Duke of Bourbon, his brother in law, were vassals whom he found very troublesome, and ever on the point of becoming dangerous. It was not long before he had proof of it. In 1463, 2 years after Louis's accession, the Duke of Burgundy sent one of his most trusty servants, John of Croy, Sire de Chimay, to complain of certain royal acts, contrary, he said, to the treaty of Arras, which, in 1435, had regulated the relations between Burgundy and the crown. The envoy had great difficulty in getting audience of the king, who would not even listen for more than a single moment, and that as he was going out of his room, when, almost without heeding, he said abruptly, "What manner of man, then, is this Duke of Burgundy? Is he of other metal than the other lords of the realm?" "Yes, sir," replied Chimay, "he is of other metal, for he protected you and maintained you against the will of your father, King Charles, and against the opinion of all those who were opposed to you in the kingdom, which no other prince or lord would have dared to do." Louis went back into his room without a word. "How dared you speak so to the king?" said Dunois to Chimay. "Had I been 50 leagues away from here," said the Burgundian, "and had I thought that the king had an idea only of addressing such words to me, I would have come back express to speak to him as I have spoken." The Duke of Brittany was less puissant and less proudly served than the Duke of Burgundy; but, being vain and inconsiderate, he was incessantly attempting to exalt himself above his condition of vassal, and to raise his duchy into a sovereignty; and when his pretensions were rejected he entered, at one time with the King of England, and at another with the Duke of Burgundy and the malcontents of France, upon intrigues which amounted very nearly to treason against the king his suzerain. Charles, Louis's younger brother, was a soft and mediocre but jealous and timidly ambitious prince. He remembered, moreover, the preference and the wishes manifested in his account by Charles VII., their common father, on his death bed; and he considered his position as Duke of Berry very inferior to the hopes he believed himself entitled to nourish. Duke John of Bourbon, on espousing a sister of Louis XI., had flattered himself that his marriage and the remembrance of the valor he had displayed, in 1450, at the battle of Formigny, would be worth to him at least the sword of constable; but Louis had refused to give it him. When all these great malcontents saw Louis's popularity on the decline, and the king engaged abroad in divers political designs full of onerousness or embarrassment, they considered the moment to have come, and, at the end of 1464, formed together an alliance for to remonstrate with the king, says Commynes, upon the bad order and injustice he kept up in his kingdom, considering themselves strong enough to force him if he would not mend his ways; and this war was called the common weal, because it was undertaken under color of being for the common weal of the kingdom, which was soon converted into private weal. The aged Duke of Burgundy, sensible and weary as he was, gave only a hesitating and slack adherence to the League; but his son Charles, Count of Charolais, entered into it passionately, and the father was no more in a condition to resist his son than he was inclined to follow him. The number of the declared malcontents increased rapidly, and the chiefs received at Paris itself, in the church of Notre Dame, the adhesion and the signatures of those who wished to join them. They all wore, for recognition's sake, a band of red silk around their waists; and "there were more than 500," says Oliver de la Marche, a confidential servant of the Count of Charolais, "princes as well as knights, dames, damsels, and esquires, who were well acquainted with this alliance without the king's knowing anything as yet about it." It is difficult to believe the chronicler's last assertion. Louis XI., it is true, was more distrustful than far sighted; and though he placed but little reliance in his advisers and servants, he had so much confidence in himself, his own sagacity, and his own ability, that he easily deluded himself about the perils of his position; but the facts which have just been set forth were too serious and too patent to have escaped his notice. However that may be, he had no sooner obtained a clear insight into the League of the Princes than he set to work with his usual activity and knowledge of the world to checkmate it. To rally together his own partisans and to separate his foes, such was the twofold end he pursued, at first with some success. In a meeting of the princes which was held at Tours, and in which friends and enemies were still mingled together, he used language which could not fail to meet their views. He was powerless, he said, to remedy the evils of the kingdom without the love and fealty of the princes of the blood and the other lords. They were the pillars of the state; without their help, one man alone could not bear the weight of the crown. Many of those present declared their fealty. "You are our king, our sovereign lord," said King Ren, Duke of Anjou. "We thank you for the kind, gracious, and honest words you have just used to us. I say to you, on behalf of all our lords here present, that we will serve you in respect of and against every one, according as it may please you to order us." Louis, by a manifesto, addressed himself also to the good towns and to all his kingdom. He deplored therein the enticements which had been suffered to draw away "his brother, the Duke of Berry, and other princes, churchmen, and nobles, who would never have consented to this league if they had borne in mind the horrible calamities of the kingdom, and especially the English, those ancient enemies, who might well come down again upon it as heretofore. They proclaim," said he, "that they will abolish the imposts; that is what has always been declared by the seditious and rebellious; but, instead of relieving, they ruin the poor people. Had I been willing to augment their pay, and permit them to trample their vassals under foot as in time past, they would never have given a thought to the common weal. They pretend that they desire to establish order everywhere, and yet they cannot endure it anywhere; whilst I, without drawing from my people more than was drawn by the late king, pay my men at arms well, and keep them in a good state of discipline." Louis, in his latter words, was a little too boastful. He had very much augmented the imposts without assembling the estates, and without caring for the old public liberties. If he frequently repressed local tyranny on the part of the lords, he did not deny himself the practice of it. Amongst other tastes, he was passionately fond of the chase, and, wherever he lived, he put it down amongst his neighbors, noble or other, without any regard for rights of lordship. Hounds, hawking birds, nets, snares, all the implements of hunting were forbidden. He even went so far, it is said, on one occasion, as to have two gentlemen's ears cut off for killing a hare on their own property. Nevertheless, the publication of his manifesto did him good service. Auvergne, Dauphiny, Languedoc, Lyons, and Bordeaux turned a deaf ear to all temptations from the League of Princes. Paris, above all, remained faithful to the king. Orders were given at the Hotel de Ville that the principal gates of the city should be walled up, and that there should be a nightly watch on the ramparts; and burgesses were warned to lay in provisions of arms and victual. Marshal Joachim Rouault, lord of Gamaches, arrived at Paris on the 30th of June, 1465, at the head of a body of men at arms, to protect the city against the Count of Charolais, who was coming up, and the king himself, not content with dispatching four of his chief officers to thank the Parisians for their loyal zeal, wrote to them that he would send the queen to lie in at Paris, the city he loved most in the world. Louis would have been glad to have nothing to do but to negotiate and talk. Though he was personally brave, he did not like war and its unforeseen issues. He belonged to the class of ambitious despots who prefer stratagem to force. But the very ablest speeches and artifices, even if they do not remain entirely fruitless, are not sufficient to reduce matters promptly to order when great interests are threatened, passions violently excited, and factions let loose in the arena. Between the League of the Common Weal and Louis XI. There was a question too great to be, at the very outset, settled peacefully. It was feudalism in decline at grips with the kingship, which had been growing greater and greater for 2 centuries. The lords did not trust the king's promises, and one amongst those lords was too powerful to yield without a fight. At the beginning Louis had, in Auvergne and in Berry, some successes, which decided a few of the rebels, the most insignificant, to accept truces and enter upon a parley; but the great princes, the Dukes of Burgundy, Brittany, and Berry, waxed more and more angry. The aged Duke of Burgundy, Philip the Good himself, sobered and wearied as he was, threw himself passionately into the struggle. "Go," said he to his son, Count Charles of Charolais, "maintain thine honor well, and if thou have need of 100,000 more men to deliver thee from difficulty, I will myself lead them to thee." Charles marched promptly on Paris. Louis on his side moved thither, with the design and in the hope of getting in there without fighting. But the Burgundians, posted at St. Denis and the environs, barred his approach. His seneschal, Peter de Breze, advised him to first attack the Bretons, who were advancing to join the Burgundians. Louis, looking at him somewhat mistrustfully, said, "You, too, sir seneschal, have signed this League of the Common Weal." "Ay, sir," answered Breze with a laugh, "they have my signature, but you have myself." "Would you be afraid to try conclusions with the Burgundians?" continued the king. "Nay, verily," replied the seneschal, "I will let that be seen in the first battle." Louis continued his march on Paris. The two armies met at Montlhery, on the 16th of July, 1465. Breze, who commanded the king's advance guard, immediately went into action, and was one of the first to be killed. Louis came up to his assistance with troops in rather loose order; the affair became hot and general; the French for a moment wavered, and a rumor ran through the ranks that the king had just been killed. "No, my friends," said Louis, taking off his helmet, "no, I am not dead; defend your king with good courage." The wavering was transferred to the Burgundians. Count Charles himself was so closely pressed that a French man at arms had his hand on him, saying, "Yield you, my lord, I know you well; let not yourself be slain." "A rescue!" cried Charles; "I'll not leave you, my friends, unless by death. I am here to live and die with you." He was wounded by a sword thrust which entered his neck between his helmet and his breastplate, badly fastened. Disorder set in on both sides, without either's being certain how things were, or being able to consider itself victorious. Night came on, and French and Burgundians encamped before Montlhéry. The Count of Charolais sat down on two heaps of straw, and had his wound dressed. Around him were the stripped corpses of the slain. As they were being moved to make room for him, a poor wounded creature, somewhat revived by the motion, recovered consciousness and asked for a drink. The count made them pour down his throat a drop of his own mixture, for he never drank wine. The wounded man came completely to himself, and recovered. It was one of the archers of his guard. Next day was brought to Charles that the Bretons were coming up, with their own duke, the Duke of Berry, and Count Dunois at their head. He went as far as Etampes to meet them, and informed them of what had just happened. The Duke of Berry was very much distressed. It was a great pity, he said, that so many people had been killed. He heartily wished that the war had never been begun. "Did you hear," said the Count of Charolais to his servants, "how yonder fellow talks? He is upset at the sight of 700 or 800 wounded men going about the town, folks who are nothing to him, and whom he does not even know. He would be still more upset if the matter touched him nearly. He is just the sort of fellow to readily make his own terms and leave us stuck in the mud. We must secure other friends." And he forthwith made one of his people post off to England, to draw closer the alliance between Burgundy and Edward IV. CHAPTER XXV. Part 3 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 25. Louis XI. 1461 to 1483. Part 3. Louis, meanwhile, after passing a day at Corbeil, had once more, on the 18th of July, entered Paris, the object of his chief solicitude. He dismounted at his lieutenant's, the Sire de Meims, and asked for some supper. Several persons, burgesses and their wives, took supper with him. He excited their lively interest by describing to them the battle of Montlhéry, the danger he had run there, and the scenes which had been enacted, adopting at one time a pathetic and at another a bantering tone, and exciting by turns the emotion and the laughter of his audience. In 3 days, he said, he would return to fight his enemies, in order to finish the war; but he had not enough of men at arms, and all had not at that moment such good spirits as he. He passed a fortnight in Paris, devoting himself solely to the task of winning the hearts of the Parisians, reducing imposts, giving audience to everybody, lending a favorable ear to every opinion offered him, making no inquiry as to who had been more or less faithful to him, showing clemency without appearing to be aware of it, and not punishing with severity even those who had served as guides to the Burgundians in the pillaging of the villages around Paris. A crier of the Chatelet, who had gone crying about the streets the day on which the Burgundians attacked the gate of St. Denis, was sentenced only to a month's imprisonment, bread and water, and a flogging. He was marched through the city in a nightman's cart, and the king, meeting the procession, called out, as he passed, to the executioner, "Strike hard, and spare not that ribald; he has well deserved it." Meanwhile the Burgundians were approaching Paris and pressing it more closely every day. Their different allies in the League were coming up with troops to join him, including even some of those who, after having suffered reverses in Auvergne, had concluded truces with the king. The forces scattered around Paris amounted, it is said, to 50,000 men, and occupied Charenton, Conflans, St. Maur, and St. Denis, making ready for a serious attack upon the place. Louis, notwithstanding his firm persuasion that things always went ill whenever he was not present in person, left Paris for Rouen, to call out and bring up the regulars and reserves of Normandy. In his absence, interviews and parleys took place between besiegers and besieged. The former found partisans among the inhabitants of Paris, in the Hotel de Ville itself. The Count de Dunois made capital of all the grievances of the League against the king's government, and declared that, if the city refused to receive the princes, the authors of this refusal would have to answer for whatever misery, loss, and damage might come of it; and, in spite of all efforts on the part of the king's officers and friends, some wavering was manifested in certain quarters. But there arrived from Normandy considerable reinforcements, announcing the early return of the king. And, in fact, he entered Paris on the 28th of August, the mass of the people testifying their joy and singing Noel. Louis made as if he knew nothing of what had happened in his absence, and gave nobody a black look. Only 4 or 5 burgesses, too much compromised by their relations with the besiegers, were banished to Orleans. Sharp skirmishes were frequent all round the place. There was cannonading on both sides, and some balls from Paris came tumbling about the quarters of the Count of Charolais, and killed a few of his people before his very door. But Louis did not care to risk a battle. He was much impressed by the enemy's strength, and by the weakness of which glimpses had been seen in Paris during his absence. Whilst men of war were fighting here and there, he opened negotiations. Local and temporary truces were accepted, and agents of the king had conferences with others from the chiefs of the League. The princes showed so exacting a spirit that there was no treating on such conditions, and Louis determined to see whether he could not succeed better than his agents. He had an interview of 2 hours' duration in front of the St. Anthony Gate, with the Count of St. Poi, a confidant of the Count of Charolais. On his return he found before the gate some burgesses waiting for news. "Well, my friends," said he, "the Burgundians will not give you so much trouble any more as they have given you in the past." "That is all very well, sir," replied an attorney of the Chatelet; "but meanwhile they eat our grapes and gather our vintage without any hindrance." "Still," said the king, "that is better than if they were to come and drink your wine in your cellars." The month of September passed thus in parleys without result. Bad news came from Rouen; the League had a party in that city. Louis felt that the Count of Charolais was the real head of the opposition, and the only one with whom anything definite could be arrived at. He resolved to make a direct attempt upon him, for he had confidence in the influence he could obtain over people when he chatted and treated in person with them. One day he got aboard of a little boat with 5 or 6 of his officers, and went over to the left bank of the Seine. There the Count of Charolais was awaiting him. "Will you insure me, brother?" said the king, as he stepped ashore. "Yes, my lord, as a brother," said the count. The king embraced him and went on. "I quite see, brother, that you are a gentleman and of the house of France." "How so, my lord?" "When I sent my ambassadors lately, in 1464, to Lille on an errand to my uncle, your father, and yourself, and when my chancellor, that fool of a Morvilliers, made you such a fine speech, you sent me word by the Archbishop of Narbonne that I should repent me of the words spoken to you by that Morvilliers, and that before a year was over. Pique Dieu, you've kept your promise, and before the end of the year has come. I like to have to do with folks who hold to what they promise." This he said laughingly, knowing well that this language was just the sort of flattery to touch the Count of Charolais. They walked for a long while together on the river's bank, to the great curiosity of their people, who were surprised to see them conversing on such good terms. They talked of possible conditions of peace, both of them displaying considerable pliancy, save the king touching the duchy of Normandy, which he would not at any price, he said, confer on his brother the Duke of Berry, and the Count of Charolais touching his enmity towards the house of Croy, with which he was determined not to be reconciled. At parting, the king invited the count to Paris, where he would make him great cheer. "My lord," said Charles, "I have made a vow not to enter any good town until my return." The king smiled, gave 50 golden crowns for distribution, to drink his health, amongst the count's archers, and once more got aboard of his boat. Shortly after getting back to Paris he learned that Normandy was lost to him. The widow of the seneschal de Brise, lately killed at Montlhery, forgetful of all the king's kindnesses and against the will of her own son, whom Louis had appointed seneschal of Normandy after his father's death, had just handed over Rouen to the Duke of Bourbon, one of the most determined chiefs of the League. Louis at once took his course. He sent to demand an interview with the Count of Charolais, and repaired to Conflans with 100 Scots of his guard. There was a second edition of the walk together. Charles knew nothing as yet about the surrender of Rouen, and Louis lost no time in telling him of it before he had leisure for reflection and for magnifying his pretensions. "Since the Normans," said he, "have of themselves felt disposed for such a novelty, so be it. I should never of my own free will have conferred such an appanage on my brother; but as the thing is done, I give my consent." And he at the same time assented to all the other conditions which had formed the subject of conversation. In proportion to the resignation displayed by the king was the joy of the Count of Charolais at seeing himself so near to peace. Everything was going wrong with his army; provisions were short, murmurs and dissensions were setting in, and the League of Common Weal was on the point of ending in a shameful catastrophe. Whilst strolling and conversing with cordiality the two princes kept advancing towards Paris. Without noticing it, they passed within the entrance of a strong palisade which the king had caused to be erected in front of the city walls, and which marked the boundary line. All on a sudden they stopped, both of them, disconcerted. The Burgundian found himself within the hostile camp, but he kept a good countenance, and simply continued the conversation. Amongst his army, however, when he was observed to be away so long, there was already a feeling of deep anxiety. The chieftains had met together. "If this young prince," said the Marshal of Burgundy, "has gone to his own ruin like a fool, let us not ruin his house. Let every man retire to his quarters, and hold himself in readiness without disturbing himself about what may happen. By keeping together we are in a condition to fall back on the marches of Hainault, Picardy, or Burgundy." The veteran warrior mounted his horse and rode forward in the direction of Paris, to see whether Count Charles were coming back or not. It was not long before he saw a troop of 40 or 50 horse moving towards him. They were the Burgundian prince and an escort of the king's own guard. Charles dismissed the escort, and came up to the marshal, saying, "Don't say a word; I acknowledge my folly, but I saw it too late. I was already close to the works." "Everybody can see that I was not there," said the marshal; "if I had been, it would never have happened. You know, your highness, that I am only on loan to you, as long as your father lives." Charles made no reply, and returned to his own camp, where all congratulated him, and rendered homage to the king's honorable conduct. Negotiations for peace were opened forthwith. There was no difficulty about them. Louis was ready to make sacrifices as soon as he recognized the necessity for them, being quite determined, however, in his heart, to recall them as soon as fortune came back to him. Two distinct treaties were concluded, one at Conflans on the 5th of October, 1455, between Louis and the Count of Charolais, and the other at St. Maur, on the 29th of October, between Louis and the other princes of the League. By one or the other of the treaties the king granted nearly every demand that had been made upon him. To the Count of Charolais he gave up all the towns of importance in Picardy; to the Duke of Berry he gave the duchy of Normandy, with entire sovereignty; and the other princes, independently of the different territories that had been conceded to them, all received large sums in ready money. The conditions of peace had already been agreed to, when the Burgundians went so far as to summon, into the bargain, the strong place of Beauvais. Louis quietly complained to Charles. "If you wanted this town," said he, "you should have asked me for it, and I would have given it to you; but peace is made, and it ought to be observed." Charles openly disavowed the deed. When peace was proclaimed, on the 30th of October, the king went to Vincennes to receive the homage of his brother Charles for the duchy of Normandy, and that of the Count of Charolais for the lands of Picardy. The count asked the king to give up to him, for that day, the castle of Vincennes for the security of all. Louis made no objection, and the gates and apartments of the castle were guarded by the count's own people. But the Parisians, whose favor Louis had won, were alarmed on his account. 22,000 men of the city militia marched towards the outskirts of Vincennes, and obliged the king to return and sleep at Paris. He went almost alone to the grand review which the Count of Charolais held of his army before giving word for marching away, and passed from rank to rank, speaking graciously to his late enemy. The king and the count, on separating, embraced one another, the count saying, in a loud voice, "Gentlemen, you and I are at the command of the king my sovereign lord, who is here present, to serve him whensoever there shall be need." When the treaties of Conflans and St. Maur were put before the Parliament to be registered, the Parliament at first refused, and the Exchequer Chamber followed suit; but the king insisted in the name of necessity, and the registration took place, subject to a declaration on the part of the Parliament that it was forced to obey. Louis, at bottom, was not sorry for this resistance, and himself made a secret protest against the treaties he had just signed. At the outset of the negotiations it had been agreed that 36 notables, 12 prelates, 12 knights, and 12 members of the council, should assemble to inquire into the errors committed in the government of the kingdom, and to apply remedies. They were to meet on the 15th of December, and to have terminated their labors in 2 months at the least, and in 3 months and 10 days at the most. The king promised on his word to abide firmly and stably by what they should decree. But this commission was nearly a year behind time in assembling, and even when it was assembled, its labors were so slow and so futile, that the Count de Dampmartin was quite justified in writing to the Count of Charolais, become by his father's death Duke of Burgundy, "The League of Common Weal has become nothing but the League of Common Woe." Scarcely were the treaties signed and the princes returned each to his own dominions, when a quarrel arose between the Duke of Brittany and the new Duke of Normandy. Louis, who was watching for dissensions between his enemies, went at once to see the Duke of Brittany, and made with him a private convention for mutual security. Then, having his movements free, he suddenly entered Normandy to retake possession of it as a province which, notwithstanding the cession of it just made to his brother, the King of France could not dispense with. Evreux, Gisors, Gournay, Louviers, and even Rouen fell, without much resistance, again into his power. The Duke of Berry made a vigorous appeal for support to his late ally, the Duke of Burgundy, in order to remain master of the new duchy which had been conferred upon him under the late treaties. The Count of Charolais was at that time taking up little by little the government of the Burgundian dominions in the name of his father, the aged Duke Philip, who was ill and near his end; but by pleading his own engagements, and especially his ever renewed struggle with his Flemish subjects, the Liegese, the count escaped from the necessity of satisfying the Duke of Berry. Chapter 25.
Part 4 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 25. Louis XI, 1461 to 1483, Part 4. In order to be safe in the direction of Burgundy, as well as that of Brittany, Louis had entered into negotiations with Edward IV., King of England, and had made him offers, perhaps even promises, which seemed to trench upon the right ceded by the Treaty of Conflans to the Duke of Burgundy, as to certain districts of Picardy. The Count of Charolais was informed of it, and, in his impetuous wrath, he wrote to King Louis, dubbing him simply Sir, instead of giving him, according to the usage between vassal and suzerain, the title of my most dread lord. May it please you to wit, that some time ago I was apprised of a matter at which I cannot be too much astounded. It is with great sorrow that I name it to you, when I remember the fair expressions I have all through this year had from you, both in writing and by word of mouth. It is certain that parley has been held between your people and those of the King of England, that you have thought proper to assign to them the district of Caux and the city of Rouen, that you have promised to obtain from them Abbeville and the countship of Ponthieu, and that you have concluded with them certain alliances against me and my country, whilst making them large offers to my prejudice. Of what is yours, sir, you may dispose according to your pleasure, but it seems to me that you might do better than wish to take from my hands what is mine, in order to give it to the English or to any other foreign nation. I pray you, therefore, sir, if such overtures have been made by your people, to be pleased not to consent thereto in any way, but to put a stop to the whole, to the end that I may remain your most humble servant, as I desire to be. Louis returned no answer to this letter. He contented himself with sending to the commission of 36 notables, then in session at Etampes for the purpose of considering the reform of the kingdom, a request to represent to the Count of Charolais the impropriety of such language, and to appeal for the punishment of the persons who had suggested it to him. The count made some awkward excuses, at the same time that he persisted in complaining of the king's obstinate pretensions and underhand ways. A serious incident now happened, which for a while distracted the attention of the two rivals from their mutual recriminations. Duke Philip the Good, who had for some time past been visibly declining in body and mind, was visited at Bruges by a stroke of apoplexy, soon discovered to be fatal. His son, the Count of Charolais, was at Ghent. At the first whisper of danger he mounted his horse, and without a moment's halt arrived at Bruges on the 15th of June, 1467, and ran to his father's room, who had already lost speech and consciousness. "Father, father," cried the count on his knees and sobbing, "give me your blessing, and if I have offended you, forgive me." "My lord," added the Bishop of Bethlehem, the dying man's confessor, "if you only hear us, bear witness by some sign." The duke turned his eyes a little towards his son, and seemed to feebly press his hand. This was his last effort of life, and in the evening, after some hours of passive agony, he died. His son flung himself upon the bed. "He shrieked, he wept, he wrung his hands," says Georges Chatelain, one of the aged duke's oldest and most trusted servants, and for many a long day tears were mingled with all his words every time he spoke to those who had been in the service of the dead, so much so that every one marvelled at his immeasurable grief. It had never heretofore been thought that he could feel a quarter of the sorrow he showed, for he was thought to have a sterner heart, whatever cause there might have been, but nature overcame him. Nor was it to his son alone that Duke Philip had been so good and left so many grounds for sorrow. "With you we lose," was the saying amongst the crowd that followed the procession through the streets, "with you we lose our good old duke, the best, the gentlest, the friendliest of princes, our peace and eke our joy. Amidst such fearful storms you at last brought us out into tranquillity and good order, you set justice on her seat and gave free course to commerce, and now you are dead and we are orphans." Many voices, it is said, added in a lower tone, "You leave us in hands whereof the weight is unknown to us. We know not into what perils we may be brought by the power that is to be over us so accustomed to yours, under which we, most of us, were born and grew up." What the people were anxiously forecasting, Louis foresaw with certainty, and took his measures accordingly. A few days after the death of Philip the Good, several of the principal Flemish cities, Ghent first and then Liege, rose against the new Duke of Burgundy in defence of their liberties, already ignored or threatened. The intrigues of Louis were not unconnected with these solicitations. He would undoubtedly have been very glad to have seen his most formidable enemy beset, at the very commencement of his ducal reign, by serious embarrassments, and obliged to let the King of France settle without trouble his differences with his brother Duke Charles of Berry and with the Duke of Brittany. But the new Duke of Burgundy was speedily triumphant over the Flemish insurrections, and after these successes, at the close of the year 1467, he was so powerful and so unfettered in his movements that Louis might, with good reason, fear the formation of a fresh league amongst his great neighbours in coalition against him, and perhaps even in communication with the English, who were ever ready to seek in France allies for the furtherance of their attempts to regain there the fortunes wrested from them by Joan of Arc and Charles VII. In view of such a position, Louis formed a resolution, unpalatable no doubt to one so jealous of his own power, but indicative of intelligence and boldness. He confronted the difficulties of home government in order to prevent perils from without. The remembrance had not yet faded of the energy displayed and the services rendered in the first part of Charles VII.'s reign by the States General. A wish was manifested for their resuscitation, and they were spoken of, even in the popular doggerel, as the most effectual remedy for the evils of the period. But what says Paris? She is deaf and dumb. Dares she not speak? Nor she nor Parliament. The clergy? Oh, the clergy are kept mum. Upon your oath? Yes, on the sacrament. The nobles, then? The nobles are still worse. And justice? Hath nor balances nor weights. Who then may hope to mitigate this curse? Who, prithee, who? Why, France's 3 estates. Be pleased, O prince, to grant alleviation. To whom? To the good citizen who waits. For what? The right of governing the nation. Through whom? Pray whom? Why, France's 3 estates. In the face of the evil Louis felt no fear of the remedy. He summoned the States General to a meeting at Tours on the 1st of April, 1468. 28 lords in person, besides representatives of several others who were unable to be there themselves, and 192 deputies elected by 64 towns, met in session. The chancellor, Juvenel des Ursins, explained in presence of the king the object of the meeting. It is to take cognizance of the differences which have arisen between the king and Sir Charles his brother in respect of the duchy of Normandy, and the appanage of the said Sir Charles, likewise the great excesses and encroachments which the Duke of Brittany hath committed against the king by seizing his places and subjects, and making open war upon him; and thirdly, the communication which is said to be kept up by the Duke of Brittany with the English in order to bring them down upon this country, and hand over to them the places he doth hold in Normandy. Whereupon we are of opinion that the people of the 3 estates should give their good advice and counsel." After this official programme the king and his councillors withdrew. The estates deliberated during 7 or 8 sessions and came to an agreement, without any opposition or difficulty whatever, that as touching the duchy of Normandy, it ought not to and cannot be separated from the crown in any way whatsoever, but must remain united, annexed, and conjoined thereto inseparably. Further, any arrangement of the Duke of Brittany with the English is a thing damnable, pernicious, and of most evil consequences, and one which is not to be permitted, suffered, or tolerated in any way. Lastly, if Sir Charles, the Duke of Brittany, or others, did make war on the king our sovereign lord, or have any treaty or connection with his enemies, the king is bound to proceed against them who should do so, according to what must be done in such case for the tranquillity and security of the realm; and as often soever as the said cases may occur, the people of the estates have agreed and consented, do agree and consent, that, without waiting for other assemblage or congregation of the estates, the king have power to do all that comports with order and justice, the said estates promising and agreeing to serve and aid the king touching these matters, to obey him with all their might, and to live and die with him in this quarrel. Louis XI. himself could demand no more. Had they been more experienced and far-sighted, the States General of 1468 would not have been disposed to resign, even temporarily into the hands of the kingship, their rights and their part in the government of the country; but they showed patriotism and good sense in defending the integrity of the kingdom, national unity, and public order against the selfish ambition and disorderly violence of feudalism. Fortified by their burst of attachment, Louis, by the Treaty of Ancenis, signed on the 10th of September 1468, put an end to his differences with Francis II., Duke of Brittany, who gave up his alliance with the House of Burgundy, and undertook to prevail upon Duke Charles of France to accept an arbitration for the purpose of settling, before 2 years were over, the question of his territorial appanage in the place of Normandy. In the meanwhile a pension of 60,000 livres was to be paid by the crown to that prince. Thus Louis was left with the new duke, Charles of Burgundy, as the only adversary he had to face. His advisers were divided as to the course to be taken with this formidable vassal. Was he to be dealt with by war or by negotiation? Count de Dampmartin, Marshal de Rohan, and nearly all the military men earnestly advised war. "Leave it to us," they said. "We will give the king a good account of this Duke of Burgundy. Plague upon it! What do these Burgundians mean? They have called in the English, and made alliance with them in order to give us battle. They have handed over the country to fire and sword. They have driven the king from his lordship. We have suffered too much. We must have revenge. Down upon them, in the name of the devil, down upon them. The king makes a sheep of himself, and bargains for his wool and his skin, as if he had not wherewithal to defend himself. Death! If we were in his place, we would rather risk the whole kingdom than let ourselves be treated in this fashion." But the king did not like to risk the kingdom, and he had more confidence in negotiation than in war. Two of his principal advisers, the Constable de Saint Pol and the Cardinal de la Balue, Bishop of Evreux, were of his opinion, and urged him to the top of his bent. Of them he especially made use in his more or less secret relations with the Duke of Burgundy, and he charged them to sound him with respect to a personal interview between himself and the duke. It has been very well remarked by M. de Barante in his Histoire des Ducs de Bourgogne, that Louis had a great idea of the influence he gained over people by his wits and his language. He was always convinced that people never said what ought to be said, and that they did not set to work the right way. It was a certain way of pleasing him to give him promise of a success which he would owe to himself alone, and the constable and the cardinal did not fail to do so. They found the Duke of Burgundy very little disposed to accept the king's overtures. "By Saint George," said he, "I ask nothing but what is just and reasonable. I desire the fulfilment of the treaties of Arras and of Conflans, to which the king has sworn. I make no war on him; it is he who is coming to make it on me; but should he bring all the forces of his kingdom, I will not budge from here, or recoil the length of my foot. My predecessors have seen themselves in worse plight, and have not been dismayed." Neither the Constable de Saint Pol nor the Cardinal de la Balue said anything to the king about this rough disposition on the part of Duke Charles. They both, in their own personal interest, desired the interview, and did not care to bring to light anything that might be an obstacle to it. Louis persisted in his desire, and sent to ask the duke for a letter of safe conduct. Charles wrote with his own hand on the 8th of October 1468 as follows: "My lord, if it is your pleasure to come to this town of Peronne for to see us, I swear to you and promise you, by my faith and on my honour, that you may come, remain, sojourn, and go back safely to the places of Chauny and Noyon, at your pleasure, as many times as it may please you, freely and frankly, without any hindrance to you or to any of your folks from me or others in any case whatever and whatsoever may happen." When this letter arrived at Noyon, extreme surprise and alarm were displayed about Louis. The interview appeared to be a mad idea. The vicegerent (vidame) of Amiens came hurrying up with a countryman who declared on his life that my lord of Burgundy wished for it only to make an attempt upon the king's person. The king's greatest enemies, it was said, were already or soon would be with the duke, and the captains vehemently reiterated their objections. But Louis held to his purpose, and started for Noyon on the 2nd of October, taking with him the constable, the cardinal, his confessor, and, for all his escort, 80 of his faithful Scots and 60 men at arms. This knowing gossip, as his contemporaries called him, had fits of rashness and audacious vanity. Duke Charles went to meet him outside the town. They embraced one another and returned on foot to Peronne, chatting familiarly, and the king with his hand resting on the duke's shoulders, in token of amity. Louis had quarters at the house of the chamberlain of the town; the castle of Peronne being, it was said, in too bad a state and too ill furnished for his reception. On the very day that the king entered Peronne, the duke's army, commanded by the Marshal of Burgundy, arrived from the opposite side and encamped beneath the walls. Several former servants of the king, now not on good terms with him, accompanied the Burgundian army. "As soon as the king was apprised of the arrival of these folks," says Commynes, "he had a great fright, and sent to beg of the Duke of Burgundy that he might be lodged at the castle, seeing that all those who had come were evil disposed towards him. The duke was very much rejoiced thereat, had him lodged there, and stoutly assured him that he had no cause for doubt." Next day parleys began between the councillors of the two princes. They did not appear much disposed to come to an understanding, and a little sourness of spirit was beginning to show itself on both sides, when there came news which excited a grand commotion. King Louis, on coming to Peronne, had not considered, says Commynes, that he had sent 2 ambassadors to the folks of Liege to excite them against the duke. Nevertheless, the said ambassadors had advanced matters so well that they had already made a great mass of rebels. The Liegese came and took by surprise the town of Tongres, wherein were the Bishop of Liege and the Lord of Humbercourt, whom they took also, slaying, moreover, some servants of the said bishop. The fugitives who reported this news at Peronne made the matter a great deal worse than it was. They had no doubt, they said, but that the bishop and Sire d'Humbercourt had also been murdered, and Charles had no more doubt about it than they. His fury was extreme; he strode to and fro everywhere relating the news from Liege. "So the king," said he, "came here only to deceive me. It is he who by his ambassadors excited these bad folks of Liege. But, by St. George, they shall be severely punished for it, and he himself shall have cause to repent." He gave immediate orders to have the gates of the town and of the castle closed and guarded by the archers; but being a little troubled, nevertheless, as to the effect which would be produced by this order, he gave as his reason for it that he was quite determined to have recovered a box full of gold and jewels which had been stolen from him. "I verily believe," says Commynes, "that if just then the duke had found those whom he addressed ready to encourage him or advise him to do the king a bad turn, he would have done it. But at that time I was still with the said duke. I served him as chamberlain, and I slept in his room when I pleased, for such was the usage of that house. With me there were none at this speech of the duke's save 2 grooms of the chamber, one called Charles de Vizen, a native of Dijon, an honest man, and one who had great credit with his master, and we exasperated nought, but assuaged according to our power." Chapter 25, Part 4. Chapter 25, Part 5 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 25. Louis XI, 1461 to 1483. Part 5. Whilst Duke Charles was thus abandoning himself to the first outburst of his wrath, King Louis remained impassive in the castle of Peronne, quite close to the great tower wherein, about the year 925, King Charles the Simple had been confined by Herbert, Count of Vermandois, and died a prisoner in 929. None of Louis's people had been removed from him, but the gate of the castle was strictly guarded. There was no entering on his service but by the wicket, and none of the duke's people came to visit him. He had no occasion to parley, explain himself, and guess what it was expedient for him to say or do. He was alone, wrestling with his imagination and his lively impressions, with the feeling upon him of the recent mistakes he had committed, especially in exciting the Liegese to rebellion, and forgetting the fact just when he was coming to place himself in his enemy's hands. Far, however, from losing his head, Louis displayed in this perilous trial all the penetration, activity, and shrewdness of his mind, together with all the suppleness of his character. He sent by his own servants questions, offers, and promises to all the duke's servants from whom he could hope for any help or any good advice. 15,000 golden crowns, with which he had provided himself at starting, were given by him to be distributed amongst the household of the Duke of Burgundy, a liberality which was perhaps useless, since it is said that he to whom he had entrusted the sum kept a good portion of it for himself. The king passed 2 days in this state of gloomy expectancy as to what was in preparation against him. On the 11th of October, Duke Charles, having cooled down a little, assembled his council. The sitting lasted all the day and part of the night. Louis had sent to make an offer to swear a peace, such as, at the moment of his arrival, had been proposed to him, without any reservation or difficulty on his part. He engaged to join the duke in making war upon the Liegese and chastising them for their rebellion. He would leave as hostages his nearest relatives and his most intimate advisers. At the beginning of the council his proposals were not even listened to. There was no talk but of keeping the king a prisoner, and sending after his brother, the Prince Charles, with whom the entire government of the kingdom should be arranged. The messenger had orders to be in readiness to start at once. His horse was in the courtyard, he was only waiting for the letters which the duke was writing to Brittany. The chancellor of Burgundy and some of the wiser councillors besought the duke to reflect. The king had come to Peronne on the faith of his safe conduct. It would be an eternal dishonour for the house of Burgundy if he broke his word to his sovereign lord, and the conditions which the king was prepared to grant would put an end, with advantage to Burgundy, to serious and difficult business. The duke gave heed to these honest and prudent counsels. The news from Liege turned out to be less serious than the first rumours had represented. The bishop and Sire d'Humbercourt had been set at liberty. Charles retired to his chamber, and there, without thinking of undressing, he walked to and fro with long strides, threw himself upon his bed, got up again, and soliloquized out loud, addressing himself occasionally to Commynes, who lay close by him. Towards morning, though he still showed signs of irritation, his language was less threatening. "He has promised me," said he, "to come with me to reinstate the Bishop of Liege, who is my brother-in-law, and a relation of his also. He shall certainly come. I shall not scruple to hold him to his word that he gave me." And he at once sent Sires de Crequi, de Charny, and de la Roche to tell the king that he was about to come and swear peace with him. Commynes had only just time to tell Louis in what frame of mind the duke was, and in what danger he would place himself if he hesitated either to swear peace or to march against the Liegese. As soon as it was broad day, the duke entered the apartment of the castle where the king was a prisoner. His look was courteous, but his voice trembled with choler. His words were short and bitter. His manner was threatening. A little troubled at his aspect, Louis said, "Brother, I am safe, am I not, in your house and your country?" "Yes, sir," answered the duke. "So safe that if I saw an arrow from a bow coming towards you, I would throw myself in the way to protect you. But will you not be pleased to swear the treaty just as it is written?" "Yes," said the king, "and I thank you for your good will." "And will you not be pleased to come with me to Liege, to help me punish the treason committed against me by these Liegese, all through you and your journey hither?" The bishop is your near relative of the house of Bourbon." "Yes, pardieu," replied Louis, "and I am much astounded at their wickedness. But begin we by swearing this treaty, and then I will start, with as many or as few of my people as you please." Forthwith was taken out from the king's boxes the wood of the so called true cross, which was named the cross of Saint Lo, because it had been preserved in the church of Saint Lo at Angers. It was supposed to have formerly belonged to Charlemagne, and it was the relic which Louis regarded as the most sacred. The treaty was immediately signed, without any change being made in that of Conflans. The Duke of Burgundy merely engaged to use his influence with Prince Charles of France to induce him to be content with Brie and Champagne as appanage. The storm was weathered, and Louis almost rejoiced at seeing himself called upon to chastise in person the Liegese, who had made him commit such a mistake and run such a risk. Next day the two princes set out together, Charles with his army, and Louis with his modest train increased by 300 men at arms whom he had sent for from France. On the 27th of October they arrived before Liege. Since Duke Charles's late victories, the city had no longer any ramparts or ditches; nothing seemed easier than to get into it; but the besieged could not persuade themselves that Louis was sincerely allied with the Duke of Burgundy, and they made a sortie shouting, "Hurrah for the king! Hurrah for France!" Great was their surprise when they saw Louis advancing in person, wearing in his hat the cross of St. Andrew of Burgundy, and shouting hurrah for Burgundy. Some even amongst the French who surrounded the king were shocked; they could not reconcile themselves to so little pride and such brazen falsehood. Louis took no heed of their temper, and never ceased to repeat, "When pride rides before, shame and hurt follow close after." The surprise of the Liegese was transformed into indignation. They made a more energetic and a longer resistance than had been expected. The besiegers, confident in their strength, kept careless watch, and the sorties of the besieged became more numerous. One night Charles received notice that his men had just been attacked in a suburb which they had held, and were flying. He mounted his horse, gave orders not to awake the king, repaired by himself to the place where the fight was, put everything to rights, and came back and told the whole affair to Louis, who exhibited a great joy. Another time, one dark and rainy night, there was an alarm, about midnight, of a general attack upon the whole Burgundian camp. The duke was soon up, and a moment afterwards the king arrived. There was great disorder. "The Liegese sallied by this gate," said some. "No," said others, "it was by that gate." There was nothing known for certain, and there were no orders given. Charles was impetuous and brave, but he was easily disconcerted, and his servants were somewhat vexed not to see him putting a better countenance on things before the king. Louis, on the other hand, was cool and calm, giving commands firmly, and ready to assume responsibility wherever he happened to be. "Take what men you have," said he to the constable Saint Point, who was at his side, "and go in this direction. If they are really coming upon us, they will pass that way." It was discovered to be a false alarm. 2 days afterwards there was a more serious affair. The inhabitants of a canton which was close to the city, and was called Franchemont, resolved to make a desperate effort, and go and fall suddenly upon the very spot where the two princes were quartered. One night, about 10 P.M., 600 men sallied out by one of the breaches, all men of stout hearts and well armed. The duke's quarters were first attacked. Only 12 archers were on guard below, and they were playing at dice. Charles was in bed. Commynes put on him as quickly as possible his breastplate and helmet, and they went downstairs. The archers were with great difficulty defending the doorway, but help arrived and the danger was over. The quarters of King Louis had also been attacked, but at the first sound the Scottish archers had hurried up, surrounded their master, and repulsed the attack, without caring whether their arrows killed Liegese or such Burgundians as had come up with assistance. The gallant fellows from Franchemont fell almost to a man. The duke and his principal captains held a council the next day, and the duke was for delivering the assault. The king was not present at this council, and when he was informed of the resolution taken, he was not in favor of an assault. "You see," said he, "the courage of these people. You know how murderous and uncertain is street fighting. You will lose many brave men to no purpose. Wait 2 or 3 days, and the Liegese will infallibly come to terms." Nearly all the Burgundian captains sided with the king. The duke got angry. "He wishes to spare the Liegese," said he. "What danger is there in this assault? There are no walls. They can't put a single gun in position. I will certainly not give up the assault. If the king is afraid, let him get gone to Namur." Such an insult shocked even the Burgundians. Louis was informed of it, but said nothing. Next day, the 30th of October, 1468, the assault was ordered, and the duke marched at the head of his troops. Up came the king. "But bide," said Charles, "put not yourself uselessly in danger. I will send you word when it is time." "Lead on, brother," replied Louis. "You are the most fortunate prince alive. I will follow you." And he continued marching with him; but the assault was unnecessary. Discouragement had taken possession of the Liegese, the bravest of whom had fallen. It was Sunday, and the people who remained were not expecting an attack. The cloth was laid in every house, and all were preparing for dinner. The Burgundians moved forward through the empty streets, and Louis marched quietly along, surrounded by his own escort, and shouting, "Hurrah for Burgundy!" The duke turned back to meet him, and they went together to give thanks to God in the cathedral of St. Lambert. It was the only church which had escaped from the fury and the pillaging of the Burgundians. By midday there was nothing left to take in the houses or in the churches. Louis loaded Duke Charles with felicitations and commendations. He knew how to turn them in a fashion so courteous and amiable that the duke was charmed and softened. The next day, as they were talking together, "Brother," said the king to the duke, "if you have still need of my help, do not spare me; but if you have nothing more for me to do, it would be well for me to go back to Paris, to make public in my court of parliament the arrangement we have come to together; otherwise it would run a risk of becoming of no avail. You know that such is the custom of France. Next summer we must meet again; you will come into your duchy of Burgundy, and I will go and pay you a visit, and we will pass a week joyously together in making good cheer." Charles made no answer, and sent for the treaty lately concluded between them at Peronne, leaving it to the king's choice to confirm or to renounce it, and excusing himself in covert terms for having thus constrained him and brought him away. The king made a show of being satisfied with the treaty, and on the 2nd of November, 1468, the day but one after the capture of Liege, set out for France. The duke bore him company to within half a league of the city. As they were taking leave of one another, the king said to him, "If, peradventure, my brother Charles, who is in Brittany, should be discontented with the assignment I make for him for love of you, what would you have me do?" "If he do not please to take it," answered the duke, "but would have you satisfy him, I leave it to you two." Louis desired no more. He returned home free and confident in himself, after having passed the most trying 3 weeks of his life. But Louis XI's deliverance after his quasi captivity at Peronne, and the new treaty he had concluded with Duke Charles, were and could be only a temporary break in the struggle between these two princes, destined as they were, both by character and position, to irremediable incompatibility. They were too powerful and too different to live at peace when they were such close neighbours, and when their relations were so complicated. We find in the chronicle of Georges Chastelain, a Flemish burgher, and a servant on familiar terms with Duke Charles, as he had been with his father, Duke Philip, a judicious picture of this incompatibility and the causes of it. "There had been," he says, "at all times a rancour between these two princes, and, whatever pacification might have been effected to day, everything returned to morrow to the old condition, and no real love could be established. They suffered from incompatibility of temperament and perpetual discordance of will, and the more they advanced in years, the deeper they plunged into a state of serious difference and hopeless bitterness. The king was a man of subtlety and full of fence. He knew how to recoil for a better spring, how to affect humility and gentleness in his deep designs, how to yield and to give up in order to receive double, and how to bear and tolerate for a time his own grievances, in hopes of being able at last to have his revenge. He was, therefore, very much to be feared for his practical knowledge, showing the greatest skill and penetration in the world. Duke Charles was to be feared for his great courage, which he evinced and displayed in his actions, making no account of king or emperor. Thus, whilst the king had great sense and great ability, which he used with dissimulation and suppleness in order to succeed in his views, the duke, on his side, had a great sense of another sort and to another purpose, which he displayed by a public ostentation of his pride without any fear of putting himself in a false position. Between 1468 and 1477, from the incident at Peronne to the death of Charles at the siege of Nancy, the history of the two princes was nothing but one constant alternation between ruptures and readjustments, hostilities and truces, wherein both were constantly changing their posture, their language, and their allies. It was, at one time, the affairs of the Duke of Brittany, or those of Prince Charles of France, become Duke of Guienne; at another, it was the relations with the different claimants to the throne of England, or the fate of the towns in Picardy handed over to the Duke of Burgundy by the treaties of Conflans Peronne, which served as a ground or pretext for the frequent recurrences of war. In 1471 St. Quentin opened its gates to Count Louis of St. Poix, constable of France, and Duke Charles complained with threats about it to the Count of Dampmartin, who was in command, on that frontier, of Louis XI's army, and had a good understanding with the constable. Dampmartin, one of the bravest men of his time, says Duclos, in the Histoire de Louis XI, in the Enure complète of Duclos, tract 2, page 429, sincere and faithful, a warm friend and an implacable foe, at once replied to the duke, "Most high and puissant prince, I suppose your letters to have been dictated by your council and highest clerics, who are folks better at letter making than I am, for I have not lived by quill driving. If I write you matter that displeases you, and you have a desire to revenge yourself upon me, you shall find me so near to your army, that you will know how little fear I have of you. Be assured that if it be your will to go on long making war upon the king, it will at last be found out by all the world that as a soldier you have mistaken your calling." The next year, 1472, war broke out. Duke Charles went and laid siege to Beauvais, and on the 27th of June delivered the first assault. The inhabitants were at this moment left almost alone to defend their town. A young girl of 18, Jeanne Fourquet, whom a burgher's wife of Beauvais, Madame Lesne, her mother by adoption, had bred up in the history, still so recent, of Joan of Arc, threw herself into the midst of the throng, holding up her little axe, hachette, before the image of Sainte Incordesme, patroness of the town, and crying, "O glorious Virgin, come to my aid! To arms! To arms!" The assault was repulsed. Reinforcements came up from Noyon, Amiens, and Paris, under the orders of the Marshal de Rohan, and the mayor of Beauvais presented Jeanne to him. "Sir," said the young girl to him, "you have everywhere been victor, and you will be so with us." On the 9th of July the Duke of Burgundy delivered a second assault, which lasted 4 hours. Some Burgundians had escaladed a part of the ramparts. Joan Hachette arrived there just as one of them was planting his flag on the spot. She pushed him over the side into the ditch, and went down in pursuit of him. The man fell on one knee. Joan struck him down, took possession of the flag, and mounted up to the ramparts again, crying, "Victory!" The same cry resounded at all points of the wall. The assault was everywhere repulsed. The vexation of Charles was great. The day before he had been almost alone in advocating the assault. In the evening, as he lay on his camp bed, according to his custom, he had asked several of his people whether they thought the townsmen were prepared for it. "Yes, certainly," said the answer, "there are a great number of them." "You will not find a soul there to morrow," said Charles with a sneer. He remained for 12 days longer before the place, looking for a better chance; but on the 12th of July he decided upon raising the siege, and took the road to Normandy. Some days before attacking Beauvais he had taken, not without difficulty, Nesle in the Vermandois. "There it was," said Commynes, "that he first committed a horrible and wicked deed of war, which had never been his wont. This was burning everything everywhere. Those who were taken alive were hanged. A pretty large number had their hands cut off. It mislikes me to speak of such cruelty, but I was on the spot, and must needs say something about it." Commynes undoubtedly said something about it to Charles himself, who answered, "It is the fruit borne by the tree of war. It would have been the fate of Beauvais if I could have taken the town. End of chapter 25, part 5. Chapter 25, part 6 of volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 25. Louis XI, 1461 to 1483, Part 6. Between the two rivals in France, relations with England were a subject of constant manoeuvring and strife. In spite of reverses on the continent and civil wars in their own island, the kings of England had not abandoned their claims to the crown of France. They were still in possession of Calais, and the memory of the battles of Crécy, Poitiers, and Agincourt was still a tower of strength to them. Between 1470 and 1472, the House of York had triumphed over the House of Lancaster, and Edward IV. Was undisputed king. In his views touching France, he found a natural ally in the Duke of Burgundy, and it was in concert with Charles that Edward was incessantly concocting and attempting plots and campaigns against Louis XI. In 1474 he, by a herald, called upon Louis to give up to him Normandy and Guienne, else, he told him, he would cross over to France with his army. "Tell your master," answered Louis coolly, "that I should not advise him to." Next year the herald returned to tell Louis that the King of England, on the point of embarking, called upon him to give up to him the kingdom of France. Louis had a conversation with the herald. "Your king," said he, "is undertaking this war against his own grain, at the solicitation of the Duke of Burgundy. He would do much better to live in peace with me, instead of devoting himself to allies who cannot but compromise him without doing him any service." And he had 300 golden crowns presented to the herald, with a promise of considerably more if peace were made. The herald, thus won over, promised in his turn to do all he could, saying that he believed that his master would lend a willing ear, but that, before mentioning the subject, they must wait until Edward had crossed the sea and formed some idea of the difficulties in the way of his enterprise. And he advised Louis to establish communications with my lord Howard and my lord Stanley, who had great influence with King Edward. Whilst the king was parleying with the said herald, there were many folks in the hall, says Commynes, who were waiting, and had great longing to know what the king was saying to him, and what countenance he would wear when he came from within. The king, when he had made an end, called me, and told me to keep the said herald talking, so that none might speak to him, and to have delivered unto him a piece of crimson velvet containing 30 ells. So did I, and the king was right joyous at that which he had got out of the said herald. It was now 3 years since Philippe de Commynes had left the Duke of Burgundy's service to enter that of Louis XI. In 1471 Charles had, none knows why, rashly authorized an interview between Louis and de Commynes. "The king's speech," says the chronicler Molinet, in the Duke of Burgundy's service, "was so sweet and full of virtue that it entranced, siren-like, all those who gave ear to it. Of all princes," says Commynes himself, "he was the one who was at most pains to gain over a man who was able to serve him and able to injure him, and he was not put out at being refused once by one whom he was working to gain over, but continued thereat, making him large promises, and actually giving money and estate when he made acquaintances that were pleasing to him." Commynes spoke according to his own experience. Louis, from the moment of making his acquaintance, had guessed his value, and, as early as 1468, in the course of his disagreeable adventure at Peronne, he had found the good offices of Commynes of great service to him. It was probably from this very time that he applied himself assiduously to the task of gaining him over. Commynes hesitated a long while, but Louis was even more perseveringly persistent than Commynes was hesitating. the king backed up his handsome offers by substantial and present gifts. In 1471, according to what appears, he lent Commynes 6,000 livres of Tours, which the Duke of Burgundy's councillor lodged with a banker at Tours. The next year the king, seeing that Commynes was still slow to decide, bade one of his councillors to go to Tours in his name and seize at the banker's the 6,000 livres entrusted to the latter by Commynes. This, says the learned editor of the last edition of Commynes' Memoirs, was an able and decisive blow. The effect of the seizure could not but be, and indeed was, to put Commynes in the awkward dilemma of seeing his practices, as the saying was at that time, divulged without reaping the fruit of them, or of securing the advantages only by setting aside the scruples which held him back. He chose the latter course, which had become the safer, and, during the night between the 7th and 8th of August, 1472, he left Burgundy for ever. The king was at that time at Pont de Ce, and there his new servant joined him. The very day of his departure, at 6 A.M., Duke Charles had a seizure made of all the goods and all the rights belonging to the fugitive; but what Commynes lost on one side, said his editor, he was about to recover 100-fold on the other. Scarcely had he arrived at the court of Louis XI. When he received at once the title of councillor and chamberlain to the king. Soon afterwards a pension of 6,000 livres of Tours was secured to him, by way of giving him wherewithal to honourably maintain his position. He was put into the place of captain of the castle and keep of the town of Chinon; and lastly, a present was made to him of the rich principality of Talmont. 6 months later, in January 1473, Commynes married Hélène de Chambre, daughter of the lord of Montsoreau, which brought him as dowry 27,500 livres, of Tours, which enabled him to purchase the castle, town, barony, land, and lordship of Argenton, arrondissement of Bressuire, department of Deux-Sèvres, the title of which he thenceforward assumed. Half a page or so can hardly be thought too much space to devote in a history of France to the task of tracing to their origin the conduct and fortunes of one of the most eminent French politicians, who, after having taken a chief part in the affairs of their country and their epoch, have dedicated themselves to the work of narrating them in a spirit of liberal and admirable comprehension both of persons and events. But we will return to Louis XI. The King of England readily entertained the overtures announced to him by his herald. He had landed at Calais on the 22nd of June, 1475, with an army of from 16 to 18,000 men, thirsting for conquest and pillage in France, and the Duke of Burgundy had promised to go and join him with a considerable force; but the latter, after having appeared for a moment at Calais to concert measures with his ally, returned no more, and even hesitated about admitting the English into his towns of Artois and Picardy. Edward waited for him nearly 2 months at Peronne, but in vain. During this time Louis continued his attempts at negotiation. He fixed his quarters at Amiens, and Edward came and encamped half a league from the town. The king sent to him, it is said, 300 wagons laden with the best wines he could find; "the which train," says Commynes, "was almost an army as big as the English." At the entrance of the gate of Amiens Louis had caused to be set out 2 large tables, laden with all sorts of good eatables and good wines, and at each of these 2 tables he had caused to be seated 5 or 6 men of good family, stout and fat, to make better sport for them who had a mind to drink. When the English went into the town, wherever they put up they had nothing to pay. There were 9 or 10 taverns well supplied, whither they went to eat and drink, and asked for what they pleased, and this lasted 3 or 4 days. An agreement was soon come to as to the terms of peace. King Edward bound himself to withdraw with his army to England so soon as Louis XI. should have paid him 75,000 crowns. Louis promised besides to pay annually to King Edward 50,000 crowns in 2 payments during the time that both princes were alive. A truce for 7 years was concluded. They made mutual promises to lend each other aid if they were attacked by their enemies or by their own subjects in rebellion, and Prince Charles, the eldest son of Louis XI., was to marry Elizabeth, Edward's daughter, when both should be of marriageable age. Lastly, Queen Margaret of Anjou, who had been a prisoner in England since the death of her husband Henry VI., was to be set at liberty, and removed to France on renouncing all claim to the crown of England. These conditions having been formulated, it was agreed that the two kings should meet and sign them at Pécuigny on the Somme, 3 leagues from Amiens. Thither accordingly they repaired on the 29th of August, 1475. Edward, as he drew near, doffed his bonnet of black velvet, whereon was a large fleur-de-lis in jewels, and bowed down to within half a foot of the ground. Louis made an equally deep reverence, saying, "Sir, my cousin, right welcome, there is no man in the world I could more desire to see than I do you, and praised be God that we are here assembled with such good intent." The King of England answered this speech "in good French enough," says Commynes. The missal was brought. The two kings swore and signed 4 distinct treaties, and then they engaged in a long private conversation, after which Louis went away to Amiens and Edward to his army, whither Louis sent to him all that he had need of, even to torches and candles. As he went chatting along the road with Commynes, Louis told him that he had found the King of England so desirous of paying a visit to Paris that he had been anything but pleased. "He is a right handsome king," said he. "He is very fond of women, and he might well meet at Paris some smitten one who would know how to make him such pretty speeches as to render him desirous of another visit. His predecessors were far too much in Normandy and Paris. His comradeship is worth noting on our side of the sea. On the other side over yonder, I should like very well to have him for good brother and good friend." Throughout the whole course of the negotiation Louis had shown pliancy and magnificence. He had laden Edward's chief courtiers with presents. 2,000 crowns by way of pension had been allowed to his grand chamberlain, Lord Hastings, who would not give an acknowledgment. "The gift comes of the king your master's good pleasure and not at my request," said he to Louis' steward. "If you would have me take it, you shall slip it here inside my sleeve, and have no letter or voucher beyond. I do not wish to have people saying, 'The Grand Chamberlain of England was the King of France's pensioner,' or to have my acknowledgments found in his exchequer chamber." Lord Hastings had not always been so scrupulous, for, on the 15th of May, 1471, he had received from the Duke of Burgundy a pension for which he had given an acknowledgment. Another Englishman, whose name is not given by Commynes, waxed wroth at hearing some one say, "600 pipes of wine and a pension given you by the king soon sent you back to England." "That is certainly what everybody said," answered the Englishman, "that you might have the laugh against us; but call you the money the king gives us pension? Why, it is tribute, and by St. George, you may perhaps talk so much about it as to bring us down upon you again." "There was nothing in the world," says Commynes, "of which the king was more fearful than lest any word should escape him to make the English think that they were being derided; at the same time that he was laboring to gain them over, he was careful to humor their susceptibilities." And Commynes, under his schooling, had learned to understand them well. "They are rather slow goers," says he, "but you must have a little patience with them and not lose your temper. I fancy that to many it might appear that the king abased himself too much; but the wise might well hold that the kingdom was in great danger, save for the intervention of God, who did dispose the king's mind to choose so wise a course, and did greatly trouble that of the Duke of Burgundy. Our king knew well the nature of the King of England, who was very fond of his ease and his pleasures. When he had concluded these treaties with him, he ordered that the money should be found with the greatest expedition, and every one had to lend somewhat to help to supply it on the spot. The king said that there was nothing in the world he would not do to thrust the King of England out of the realm, save only that he would never consent that the English should have a bit of territory there, and rather than suffer that, he would put everything to jeopardy and risk. Commynes had good reason to say that the kingdom was in great peril. The intentions of Charles the Rash tended to nothing short of bringing back the English into France in order to share it with them. He made no concealment of it. "I am so fond of the kingdom," said he, "that I would make 6 of it in France." He was passionately eager for the title of king. He had put out feelers for it in the direction of Germany, and the emperor, Frederick III., had promised it to him together with that of vicar general of the empire, on condition that his daughter, Mary of Burgundy, married Duke Maximilian, Frederick's son. Having been unsuccessful on the Rhine, Charles turned once more towards the Thames, and made alliance with Edward IV., King of England, with a view of renewing the English invasion of France, flattering himself, of course, that he would profit by it. To destroy the work of Joan of Arc and Charles VII., such was the design, a criminal and a shameful one for a French prince, which was checkmated by the peace of Pecquigny. Charles himself acknowledged as much when, in his wrath at this treaty, he said, he had not sought to bring over the English into France for any need he had of them, but to enable them to recover what belonged to them. And Louis XI. Was a patriotic king when he declared that there was nothing in the world he would not do to thrust the King of England out of the realm, and rather than suffer the English to have a bit of territory in France, he would put everything to jeopardy and risk. The Duke of Burgundy, as soon as he found out that the King of France had, under the name of truce, made peace for 7 years with the King of England, and that Edward IV. Had recrossed the Channel with his army, saw that his attempts so far were a failure. Accordingly he too lost no time in signing, on the 13th of September 1475, a truce with King Louis for 9 years, and directing his ambition and aiming his blows against other quarters than western France. 2 little states, his neighbours on the east, Lorraine and Switzerland, became the object and the theatre of his passion for war. Lorraine had at that time for its duke René II. Of the house of Anjou through his mother Yolande, a young prince who was wavering, as so many others were, between France and Burgundy. Charles suddenly entered Lorraine, took possession of several castles, had the inhabitants who resisted hanged, besieged Nancy, which made a valiant defence, and ended by conquering the capital as well as the country places, leaving Duke René no asylum but the court of Louis XI., of whom the Lorraine prince had begged a support which Louis, after his custom, had promised without rendering it effectual. Charles did not stop there. He had already been more than once engaged in hostilities with his neighbours the Swiss, and he now learned that they had just made a sanguinary raid upon the district of Vaud, the domain of a petty prince of the house of Savoy, and a devoted servant of the Duke of Burgundy. Scarcely 2 months after the capture of Nancy, Charles set out, on the 11th of June 1476, to go and avenge his client, and wreak his haughty and turbulent humour upon these bold peasants of the Alps. In spite of the truce he had but lately concluded with Charles the Rash, the prudent Louis did not cease to keep an attentive watch upon him, and to reap advantage against him from the leisure secured to the King of France by his peace with the King of England and the Duke of Brittany. A late occurrence had still further strengthened his position. His brother Charles, who became Duke of Guienne in 1469 after the Treaty of Peronne, had died on the 24th of May 1472. There were sinister rumours abroad touching his death. Louis was suspected, and even accused to the Duke of Brittany, an intimate friend of the deceased prince, of having poisoned his brother. He caused an inquiry to be instituted into the matter, but the inquiry itself was accused of being incomplete and inconclusive. King Louis did not, possibly, cause his brother's death, said M. de Barante, but nobody thought him incapable of it. The will which Prince Charles had dictated a little before his death increased the horror inspired by such a suspicion. He manifested in it a feeling of affection and confidence towards the king his brother. He requested him to treat his servants kindly, and if in any way, he added, we have ever offended our right dread and right well beloved brother, we do beg him to be pleased to forgive us, since, for our part, if ever in any matter he hath offended us, we do affectionately pray the divine Majesty to forgive him, and with good courage and good will do we on our part forgive him. The Duke of Guienne at the same time appointed the king executor of his will. If we acknowledge, however, that Louis was not incapable of such a crime, it must be admitted that there is no trustworthy proof of his guilt. At any rate, his brother's death had important results for him. Not only did it set him free from all fresh embarrassment in that direction, but it also restored to him the beautiful province of Guienne and many a royal client. He treated the friends of Prince Charles, whether they had or had not been heretofore his own, with marked attention. He re-established at Bordeaux the parliament he had removed to Poitiers. He pardoned the towns of Pazenas and Montignac for some late seditions, and lastly, he took advantage of this incident to pacify and satisfy this portion of the kingdom. Of the great feudal chieftains who, in 1464, had formed against him the League of the Common Weal, the Duke of Burgundy was the only one left on the scene, and in a condition to put him in peril. End of chapter 25, part 6. Chapter 25, part 7 of volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 25. Louis XI, 1461 to 1483, Part 7. But though here was for the future his only real adversary, Louis XI continued, and with reason, to regard the Duke of Burgundy as his most formidable foe, and never ceased to look about for means and allies wherewith to encounter him. He could no longer count upon the co-operation, more or less general, of the Flemings. His behaviour to the Liegese after the incident at Peronne, and his share in the disaster which befell Liege, had lost him all his credit in the Flemish cities. The Flemings, besides, had been disheartened and disgusted at the idea of compromising themselves for or against their Burgundian prince. When they saw him entering upon the campaign in Lorraine and Switzerland, they themselves declared to him what he might or might not expect for them. If he were pressed, they said, by the Germans or the Swiss, and had not with him enough men to make his way back freely to his own borders, he had only to let them know, and they would expose their persons and their property to go after him and fetch him back safely within his said borders. But, as for making war again at his instance, they were not free to aid him any more with either men or money. Louis XI, then, had nothing to expect from the Flemings any more. But for 2 years past, and so soon as he observed the commencement of hostilities between the Duke of Burgundy and the Swiss, he had paved the way for other alliances in that quarter. In 1473 he had sent to the most high and mighty lords and most dear friends of ours, them of the League and city of Bern, and of the Great and Little League of Germany, ambassadors charged to make proposals to them, if they would come to an understanding to be friends of friends and foes of foes, make an offensive and defensive alliance. The proposal was brought before the Diet of the cantons assembled at Lucerne. The King of France regretted that the Duke of Burgundy would not leave the Swiss in peace. He promised that his advice and support, whether in men or in money, should not be wanting to them. He offered to each canton an annual friendly donation of 2,000 livres, and he engaged not to summon their valiant warriors to take service save in case of pressing need, and unless Switzerland were herself at war. The question was discussed with animation. The cantons were divided. Some would have nothing to do with either the alliance or the money of Louis XI, of whom they spoke with great distrust and antipathy. Others insisted upon the importance of being supported by the King of France in their quarrels with the Duke of Burgundy, and scornfully repudiated the fear that the influence and money of Louis would bring a taint upon the independence and the good morals of their country. The latter opinion carried the day, and, on the 2nd of October, 1474, conformably with a treaty concluded, on the 10th of the previous January, between the King of France and the League of Swiss Cantons, the canton of Bern made to the French legation the following announcement: If, in the future, the said lords of the League asked help from the King of France against the Duke of Burgundy, and if the said Lord King, being engaged in his own wars, could not help them with men, in this case he should cause to be lodged and handed over to them, in the city of Lyons, 20,000 Rhenish florins every quarter of a year, as long as the war actually continued. And we, on our part, do promise, on our faith and honour, that every time, and however many times, the said Lord King shall ask help from the said lords of the League, we will take care that they do help him and aid him with 6,000 men in his wars and expeditions, according to the tenor of the late alliance and union made between them, howbeit on payment. A Bernese messenger carried this announcement to the Burgundian camp before the fortress of Neuss, and delivered it into the hands of Duke Charles himself, whose only remark as he ground his teeth was, "Ah, Bern, Bern." At the beginning of January, 1476, he left Nancy, of which he had recently gained possession, returned to Besançon, and started thence on the 6th of February to take the field with an army amounting, it is said, to 30,000 or 40,000 men, provided with a powerful artillery and accompanied by an immense baggage train, wherein Charles delighted to display his riches and magnificence in contrast with the simplicity and roughness of his personal habits. At the rumour of such an armament, the Swiss attempted to keep off the war from their country. "I have heard tell," says Commynes, by a knight of theirs, who had been sent by them to the said duke, that he told them that against them he could gain nothing, for that their country was very barren and poor, that there were no good prisoners to make, and that the spurs and the horses' bits in his own army were worth more money than all the people of their territory could pay in ransom even if they were taken. Charles, however, gave no heed, saw nothing in their representations but an additional reason for hurrying on his movements with confidence, and, on the 19th of February, arrived before Granson, a little town in the district of Vaud, where war had already begun. Louis XI. Watched all these incidents closely, keeping agents everywhere, treating secretly with everybody, with the Duke of Burgundy as well as with the Swiss, knowing perfectly well what he wanted, but holding himself ready to face anything, no matter what the event might be. When he saw that the crisis was coming, he started from Tours and went to up his quarters at Lyons, close to the theatre of war and within an easy distance for speedy information and prompt action. Scarcely had he arrived on the 4th of March when he learned that, on the day but one before, Duke Charles had been tremendously beaten by the Swiss at Granson. The squadrons of his chivalry had not been able to make any impression upon the battalions of Berne, Schwytz, Soleure, and Fribourg, armed with pikes 18 feet long, and at sight of the mountaineers marching with huge strides and lowered heads upon their foes, and heralding their advance by the lowings of the bull of Uri and the cow of Unterwalden, two enormous instruments made of buffalo horn, and given, it was said, to their ancestors by Charlemagne, the whole Burgundian army, seized with panic, had dispersed in all directions, like smoke before the northern blast. Charles himself had been forced to fly with only 5 horsemen, it is said, for escort, leaving all his camp, artillery, treasure, oratory, jewels, down to his very cap garnished with precious stones and his collar of the Golden Fleece, in the hands of the "poor Swiss," astounded at their booty and having no suspicion of its value. They sold the silver plate for a few pence, taking it for pewter, says M. de Barante. Those magnificent silks and velvets, that cloth of gold and damask, that Flanders lace, and those carpets from Arras, which were found heaped up in chests, were cut up in pieces and distributed by the ell, like common canvas in a village shop. The duke's large diamond, which he wore around his neck, and which had once upon a time glittered in the crown of the Great Mogul, was found on the road, inside a little box set with fine pearls. The man who picked it up kept the box and threw away the diamond as a mere bit of glass. Afterwards he thought better of it, went to look for the stone, found it under a wagon, and sold it for a crown to a clergyman of the neighbourhood. There was nothing saved but the bare life, says Commynes. That even the bare life was saved was a source of sorrow to Louis XI. In the very midst of his joy at the defeat. He was, nevertheless, most proper in his behaviour and language towards Duke Charles, who sent to him Sire de Conte, with humble and gracious words, which was contrary to his nature and his custom, says Commynes. But see how an hour's time changed him. He prayed the king to be pleased to observe loyally the truce concluded between them. He excused himself for not having appeared at the interview, which was to have taken place at Auxerre, and he bound himself to be present shortly, either there or elsewhere, according to the king's good pleasure. Louis promised him all he asked, for, adds Commynes, it did not seem to him time as yet to do otherwise, and he gave the duke the good advice to return home and bide there quietly, rather than go on stubbornly warring with yon folks of the Alps, so poor that there was naught to gain by taking their lands, but valiant and obstinate in battle. Louis might give this advice fearlessly, being quite certain that Charles would not follow it. The latter's defeat at Granson had thrown him into a state of gloomy irritation. At Lausanne, where he stayed for some time, he had a great sickness proceeding, says Commynes, from grief and sadness on account of this shame that he had suffered. And, to tell the truth, I think that never since was his understanding so good as it had been before this battle. Before he fell ill, on the 12th of March, Charles issued orders from his camp before Lausanne to his lieutenant at Luxembourg to put under arrest and visit, with the extreme penalty of death, without waiting for other command from us, all the men-at-arms, archers, crossbowmen, infantry, or other soldiery, who had fled or dispersed after the disaster at Granson. And as to those who be newly coming into our service, it is ordered by us that they, on pain of the same punishment, do march towards us with all diligence. And if they make any delay, our pleasure is that you proceed against them in the manner hereinabove declared without fail in any way." With such fiery and ruthless energy Charles collected a fresh army, having a strength, it is said, of from 25 to 30,000 men, Burgundians, Flemings, Italians, and English, and after having reviewed it on the platform above Lausanne, he set out on the 27th of May, 1476, and pitched his camp on the 10th of June before the little town of Morat, 6 leagues from Berne, giving notice everywhere that it was war to the death that he intended. The Swiss were expecting it and were prepared for it. The energy of pride was going to be pitted against the energy of patriotism. "The Duke of Burgundy is here with all his forces, his Italian mercenaries, and some traitors of Germans," said the letter written to the Bernese by the governor of Morat, Adrian of Bubenberg. "The gentlemen of the magistracy, of the council, and of the burgherhood may be free from fear and hurry, and may set at rest the minds of all our confederates. I will defend Morat." And he swore to the garrison and the inhabitants that he would put to death the first who should speak of surrender. Morat had been for 10 days holding out against the whole army of the Burgundians. The confederate Swiss were arriving successfully at Berne, and the men of Zurich alone were late. Their fellow countryman, Hans Waldmann, wrote to them: "We positively must give battle, or we are lost, every one of us. The Burgundians are 3 times more numerous than they were at Granson, but we shall manage to pull through. With God's help, great honour awaits us. Do not fail to come as quickly as possible." On the 21st of June in the evening the Zurichers arrived. "Ha!" the duke was just saying, "have these hounds lost heart, pray? I was told that we were about to get at them." Next day, the 22nd of June, after a pelting rain and with the first gleams of the returning sun, the Swiss attacked the Burgundian camp. A man-at-arms came and told the duke, who would not believe it, and dismissed the messenger with a coarse insult, but hurried, nevertheless, to the point of attack. The battle was desperate, but before the close of the day it was hopelessly lost by the Burgundians. Charles had still 3,000 horse, but he saw them break up, and he himself had great difficulty in getting away, with merely a dozen men behind him, and reaching Merge, 12 leagues from Morat. 8 or 10,000 of his men had fallen, more than half, it is said, killed in cold blood after the fight. Never had the Swiss been so dead set against their foes, and as cruel as at Morat was for a long while a common expression. "The king," says Commynes, "always willingly gave somewhat to him who was the first to bring him some great news, without forgetting the messenger, and he took pleasure in speaking thereof before the news came, saying, 'I will give so much to him who first brings me such and such news.' My lord of Bouchage and I, being together, had the first message about the battle of Morat, and told it both together to the king, who gave each of us 200 marks of silver." Next day Louis, as prudent in the hour of joy as of reverse, wrote to Count de Dampmartin, who was in command of his troops concentrated at Senlis, with orders to hold himself in readiness for any event, but still carefully observe the truce with the Duke of Burgundy. Charles at that time was thinking but little of Louis and their truce. Driven to despair by the disaster at Morat, but more dead set than ever on the struggle, he repaired from Morges to Gex, and from Gex to Salins, and summoned successively, in July and August, at Salins, at Dijon, at Brussels, and at Luxembourg, the estates of his various domains, making to all of them an appeal, at the same time supplicatory and imperious, calling upon them for a fresh army with which to recommence the war with the Swiss, and fresh subsidies with which to pay it. "If ever," said he, "you have desired to serve us and do us pleasure, see to doing and accomplishing all that is bidden you. Make no default in anything whatsoever, and he henceforth in dread of the punishments which may ensue." But there was everywhere a feeling of disgust with the service of Duke Charles. There was no more desire of serving him, and no more fear of disobeying him. He encountered almost everywhere nothing but objections, complaints, and refusals, or else a silence and an inactivity which were still worse. Indignant, dismayed, and dumbfounded at such desertion, Charles retired to his castle of La Riviere, between Pontarlier and Joux, and shut himself up there for more than 6 weeks, without, however, giving up the attempt to collect soldiers. Howbeit, says Commynes, he made but little of it; he kept himself quite solitary, and he seemed to do it from sheer obstinacy more than anything else. His natural heat was so great that he used to drink no wine, generally took barley water in the morning, and ate preserved rose leaves to keep himself cool. But sorrow changed his complexion so much that he was obliged to drink good strong wine without water, and, to bring the blood back to his heart, burning tow was put into cupping glasses, and they were applied thus heated to the region of the heart. Such are the passions of those who have never felt adversity, especially of proud princes who know not how to discover any remedy. The first refuge in such a case is to have recourse to God, to consider whether one have offended him in aught, and to confess one's misdeeds. After that, what does great good is to converse with some friend, and not be ashamed to show one's grief before him, for that lightens and comforts the heart, and not at any rate to take the course the duke took of concealing himself and keeping himself solitary. He was so terrible to his own folks that none durst come forward to give him any comfort or counsel. But all left him to do as he pleased, feeling that, if they made him any remonstrance, it would be the worse for them. End of chapter 25, part 7. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Chapter 25, Part 8 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 25, Louis XI, 1461 to 1483, Part 8. But events take no account of the fears and weaknesses of men. Charles learned before long that the Swiss were not his most threatening foes, and that he had something else to do instead of going after them amongst their mountains. During his 2 campaigns against them, the Duke of Lorraine, René II, whom he had despoiled of his dominions and driven from Nancy, had been wandering amongst neighbouring princes and people in France, Germany, and Switzerland, at the courts of Louis XI and the Emperor Frederick III, on visits to the patricians of Bern, and in the free towns of the Rhine. He was young, sprightly, amiable, and brave. He had nowhere met with great assistance, but he had been well received, and certain promises had been made him. When he saw the contest so hotly commence between the Duke of Burgundy and the Swiss, he resolutely put himself at the service of the Republican mountaineers, fought for them in their ranks, and powerfully contributed to their victory at Morat. The defeat of Charles and his retreat to his castle of La Riviere gave René new hopes, and gained him some credit amongst the powers which had hitherto merely testified towards him a good will of but little value, and his partisans in Lorraine recovered confidence in his fortunes. One day, as he was at his prayers in a church, a rich widow, Madame Walter, came up to him in her mantle and hood, made him a deep reverence, and handed him a purse of gold to help him in winning back his duchy. The city of Strasbourg gave him some cannon, 400 cavalry, and 800 infantry. Louis XI lent him some money, and René, before long, found himself in a position to raise a small army and retake Epinal, Saint-Dide, Vaudemont, and the majority of the small towns in Lorraine. He then went and laid siege to Nancy. The Duke of Burgundy had left there as governor Jean de Rubemort, Lord of Bievres, with a feeble garrison, which numbered amongst its ranks 300 English picked men. Sire de Bievres sent message after message to Charles, who did not even reply to him. The town was short of provisions, the garrison was dispirited, and the commander of the English was killed. Sire de Bievres, a loyal servant, but a soldier of but little energy, determined to capitulate. On the 6th of October 1476 he evacuated the place at the head of his men, all safe in person and property. At sight of him René dismounted, and handsomely went forward to meet him, saying, "Sir, my good uncle, I thank you for having so courteously governed my duchy. If you find it agreeable to remain with me, you shall fare the same as myself." "Sir," answered Sire de Bievres, I hope that you will not think ill of me for this war. I very much wish that my Lord of Burgundy had never begun it, and I am much afraid that neither he nor I will see the end of it." Sire de Bievres had no idea how true a prophet he was. Almost at the very moment when he was capitulating, Duke Charles, throwing off his sombre apathy, was once more entering Lorraine with all the troops he could collect, and on the 22nd of October he in his turn went and laid siege to Nancy. Duke Rene, not considering himself in a position to maintain the contest with only such forces as he had with him, determined to quit Nancy in person and go in search of reinforcements at a distance, at the same time leaving in the town a not very numerous but a devoted garrison, which, together with the inhabitants, promised to hold out for 2 months. And it did hold out, whilst Rene was visiting Strasbourg, Berne, Zurich, and Lucerne, presenting himself before the councils of these petty republics with, in order to please them, a tame bear behind him, which he left at the doors, and promising, thanks to Louis XI's agents in Switzerland, extraordinary pay. He thus obtained auxiliaries to the number of 8,000 fighting men. He had, moreover, in the very camp of the Duke of Burgundy, a secret ally, an Italian condottiere, the Count of Campobasso, who, either from personal hatred or on grounds of interest, was betraying the master to whom he had bound himself. The year before he had made an offer to Louis XI to go over to him with his troops during a battle, or to hand over to him the Duke of Burgundy, dead or alive. Louis mistrusted the traitor, and sent Charles notice of the offers made by Campobasso. But Charles mistrusted Louis's information, and kept Campobasso in his service. A little before the battle of Morat, Louis had thought better of his scruples or his doubts, and had accepted, with the compensation of a pension, the kind offices of Campobasso. When the war took place in Lorraine, the condottiere, whom Duke Charles had one day grossly insulted, entered into communication with Duke Rene also, and took secret measures for ensuring the failure of the Burgundian attempts upon Nancy. Such was the position of the two princes and the two armies, when, on the 4th of June 1477, Rene, having returned with reinforcements to Lorraine, found himself confronted with Charles, who was still intent upon the siege of Nancy. The Duke of Burgundy assembled his captains. "Well," said he, "since these drunken scoundrels are upon us, and are coming here to look for meat and drink, what ought we to do?" The majority of those present were of opinion that the right thing to do was to fall back into the duchy of Luxembourg, there to recruit the enfeebled army. "Duke Rene," they said, "is poor; he will not be able to bear very long the expense of the war, and his allies will leave him as soon as he has no more money. Wait but a little, and success is certain." Charles flew into a passion. "My father and I," said he, "knew how to thrash these Lorrainers, and we will make them remember it. By St. George! I will not fly before a boy, before Rene of Vaudemont, who is coming at the head of this scum. He has not so many men with him as people think. The Germans have no idea of leaving their stoves in winter. This evening we will deliver the assault against the town, and to-morrow we will give battle." And the next day, January the 5th, the battle did take place in the plain of Nancy. The Duke of Burgundy assumed his armour very early in the morning. When he put on his helmet, the gilt lion, which formed the crest of it, fell off. "That is a sign from God," said he, but nevertheless he went and drew up his army in line of battle. The day but one before, Campobasso had drawn off his troops to a considerable distance, and he presented himself before Duke Rene, having taken off his red scarf and his cross of St. Andrew, and being quite ready, he said, to give proofs of his zeal on the spot. Rene spoke about it to his Swiss captains. "We have no mind," said they, "to have this traitor of an Italian fighting beside us. Our fathers never made use of such folk, or such practices in order to conquer." And Campobasso held aloof. The battle began in gloomy weather, and beneath heavy flakes of snow, lasted but a short time, and was not at all murderous in the actual conflict, but the pursuit was terrible. Campobasso and his troops held the bridge of Bouxières, by which the Burgundian fugitives would want to pass; and the Lorrainers of Rene and his Swiss and German allies scoured the country, killing all with whom they fell in. René returned to Nancy in the midst of a population whom his victory had delivered from famine as well as war. To show him what sufferings they had endured, says M. de Barante, they conceived the idea of piling up in a heap, before the door of his hostel, the heads of the horses, dogs, mules, cats, and other unclean animals, which had for several weeks past been the only food of the besieged. When the first burst of joy was over, the question was, what had become of the Duke of Burgundy? Nobody had a notion, and his body was not found amongst the dead in any of the places where his most valiant and faithful warriors had fallen. The rumour ran that he was not dead. Some said that one of his servants had picked him up wounded on the field of battle and was taking care of him, none knew where, and according to others, a German lord had made him prisoner and carried him off beyond the Rhine. "Take good heed," said many people, "how ye comport yourselves otherwise than if he were still alive, for his vengeance would be terrible on his return." On the evening of the day after the battle, the Count of Campobasso brought to Duke Rene a young Roman page who, he said, had from a distance seen his master fall, and could easily find the spot again. Under his guidance a move was made towards a pond hard by the town, and there, half buried in the slush of the pond, were some dead bodies lying stripped. A poor washerwoman amongst the rest had joined in the search. She saw the glitter of a jewel in the ring upon one of the fingers of a corpse whose face was not visible. She went forward, turned the body over, and at once cried, "Ah, my prince!" There was a rush to the spot immediately. As the head was being detached from the ice to which it stuck, the skin came off, and a large wound was discovered. On examining the body with care, it was unhesitatingly recognised to be that of Charles, by his doctor, by his chaplain, by Olivier de la Marche, his chamberlain, and by several grooms of the chamber. And certain marks, such as the scar of the wound he had received at Montlhery, and the loss of 2 teeth, put their assertion beyond a doubt. As soon as Duke Rene knew that they had at last found the body of the Duke of Burgundy, he had it removed to the town, and laid on a bed of state of black velvet under a canopy of black satin. It was dressed in a garment of white satin. A ducal crown set with precious stones was placed on the disfigured brow, the lower limbs were cased in scarlet, and on the heels were gilded spurs. The Duke of Lorraine went and sprinkled holy water on the corpse of his unhappy rival, and, taking the dead hand beneath the pall, "Ah, dear cousin," said he, with tears in his eyes, "for the time that I knew him he was not cruel, but he became so before his death, and that was a bad omen for a long existence. He was very sumptuous in dress and in all other matters, and a little too much so. He showed very great honour to ambassadors and foreign folks, they were right well feasted and entertained by him. He was desirous of great glory, and it was that more than aught else that brought him into his wars. He would have been right glad to be like to those ancient princes of whom there has been so much talk after their death. He was as bold a man as any that reigned in his day. After the long felicity and great riches of this house of Burgundy, and after 3 great princes, good and wise, who had lasted 60 years and more in good sense and virtue, God gave this people the Duke Charles, who kept them constantly in great war, travail, and expense, and almost as much in winter as in summer. Many rich and comfortable folks were dead or ruined in prison during these wars. The great losses began in front of Neuss, and continued through 3 or 4 battles up to the hour of his death, and at that hour all the strength of his country was sapped, and dead or ruined or captive were all who could or would have defended the dominions and the honour of his house. Thus it seems that this loss was an equal set-off to the time of their felicity. Please God to forgive Duke Charles his sins." To this pious wish of Commynes, after so judicious a sketch, we may add another. Please God that people may no more suffer themselves to be taken captive by the corrupting and ruinous pleasures procured for them by their masters' grand but wicked or foolish enterprises, and may learn to give to the men who govern them a glory in proportion to the wisdom and justice of their deeds, and by no means to the noise they make and the risks they sow broadcast around them. The news of the death of Charles the Rash was for Louis XI an unexpected and unhoped-for blessing, and one in which he could scarcely believe. The news reached him on the 9th of January, at the castle of Plessis-les-Tours by the medium of a courier sent to him by Georges de la Tremoille, Sire de Craon, commanding his troops on the frontier of Lorraine. "Insomuch as this house of Burgundy was greater and more powerful than the others," says Commynes, "was the pleasure great for the king more than all the others together. It was the joy of seeing himself set above all those he hated and above his principal foes. It might well seem to him that he would never in his life meet any to gainsay him in his kingdom or in the neighbourhood near him." He replied the same day to Sire de Craon, "Sir Count, my good friend, I have received your letters, and the good news you have brought to my knowledge, for which I thank you as much as I am able. Now is the time for you to employ all your 5 natural wits to put the duchy and countship of Burgundy in my hands; and, to that end, place yourself, with your band and the governor of Champagne, if so be that the Duke of Burgundy is dead, within the said country, and take care, for the dear love you bear me, that you maintain amongst the men of war the best order, just as if you were inside Paris, and make known to them that I am minded to treat them and keep them better than any in my kingdom, and that, in respect of our goddaughter, I have an intention of completing the marriage that I have already had in contemplation between the lord the dauphin and her. Sir Count, I consider it understood that you will not enter the said country or make mention of that which is written above, unless the Duke of Burgundy be dead. And in any case, I pray you to serve me in accordance with the confidence I have in you, and adieu." Beneath the discreet reserve inspired by a remnant of doubt concerning the death of his enemy, this letter contained the essence of Louis XI's grand and very natural stroke of policy. Charles the Rash had left only a daughter, Mary of Burgundy, sole heiress of all his dominions. To annex this magnificent heritage to the crown of France by the marriage of the heiress with the dauphin, who was one day to be Charles VIII., was clearly for the best interests of the nation as well as of the French kingship, and such had, accordingly, been Louis XI's first idea. "When the Duke of Burgundy was still alive," said Commynes, "many a time spoke the king to me of what he would do if the duke should happen to die; and he spoke most reasonably, saying that he would try to make a match between his son, who is now our king, and the said duke's daughter, who was afterwards Duchess of Austria; and if she were not minded to hear of it, for that my lord the dauphin was much younger than she, he would essay to get her married to some younger lord of this realm, for to keep her and her subject in amity, and to recover without dispute that which he claimed as his. And still was the said lord on this subject a week before he knew of the said duke's death. Howbeit it seems that the king our master took no hold of matters by the end by which he should have taken hold for to come out triumphant, and to add to his crown all those great lordships, either by sound title or by marriage, as easily he might have done." Commynes does not explain or specify clearly the mistake with which he reproaches his master. Louis XI., in spite of his sound sense and correct appreciation, generally, of the political interests of France and of his crown, allowed himself on this great occasion to be swayed by secondary considerations and personal questions. His son's marriage with the heiress of Burgundy might cause some embarrassment in his relations with Edward IV., King of England, to whom he had promised the dauphin as a husband for his daughter, Elizabeth, who was already sometimes called in England the Dauphiness. In 1477, at the death of the duke her father, Mary of Burgundy was 20 years old, and Charles the dauphin was barely 8. There was another question, a point of feudal law, as to whether Burgundy, properly so called, was a fief which women could inherit, or a fief which, in default of a male heir, must lapse to the suzerain. Several of the Flemish towns which belonged to the Duke of Burgundy were weary of his wars and his violence, and showed an inclination to pass over to the sway of the King of France. All these facts offered pretexts, opportunities, and chances of success for that course of egotistical pretension and cunning intrigue in which Louis delighted and felt confident of his ability, and into it he plunged after the death of Charles the Rash. Though he still spoke of his desire of marrying his son the dauphin to Mary of Burgundy, it was no longer his dominant and ever-present idea. Instead of taking pains to win the goodwill and the heart of Mary herself, he laboured with his usual zeal and address to dispute her rights, to despoil her brusquely of one or another town in her dominions, to tamper with her servants, or excite against them the wrath of the populace. Two of the most devoted and most able amongst them, Hugonet, Chancellor of Burgundy, and Sire d'Humbercourt were the victims of Louis XI's hostile manoeuvres and of blind hatred on the part of the Ghentese, and all the Princess Mary's passionate entreaties were powerless both with the king and with the Flemings to save them from the scaffold. And so Mary, alternately threatened or duped, attacked in her just rights or outraged in her affections, being driven to extremity, exhibited a resolution never to become the daughter of a prince unworthy of the confidence she, poor orphan, had placed in the spiritual tie which marked him out as her protector. "I understand," said she, "that my father had arranged my marriage with the emperor's son. I have no mind for any other. Louis in his alarm tried all sorts of means, seductive and violent, to prevent such a reverse. He went in person amongst the Walloon and Flemish provinces belonging to Mary. 'That I come into this country,' said he to the inhabitants of Quesnoy, 'is for nothing but the interests of Mademoiselle de Burgundy, my well-beloved cousin and goddaughter. Of her wicked advisers, some would have her espouse the son of the Duke of Cleves; but he is a prince of far too little lustre for so illustrious a princess. I know that he has a bad sore on his leg. He is a drunkard, like all Germans, and, after drinking, he will break his glass over her head and beat her. Others would ally her with the English, the kingdom's old enemies, who all lead bad lives. There are some who would give her for her husband the emperor's son, but those princes of the imperial house are the most avaricious in the world. They will carry off Mademoiselle de Burgundy to Germany, a strange land and a coarse, where she will know no consolation, whilst your land of Hainault will be left without any lord to govern and defend it. If my fair cousin were well advised, she would espouse the Dauphin. You speak French, you Walloon people. You want a prince of France, not a German. As for me, I esteem the folks of Hainault more than any nation in the world. There is none more noble, and in my sight a hind of Hainault is worth more than a grand gentleman of any other country." At the very time that he was using such flattering language to the good folks of Hainault, he was writing to the Count de Dampmartin, whom he had charged with the repression of insurrection in the country parts of Ghent and Bruges. "Sir Grand Master, I send you some mowers to cut down the crop you wot off. Put them, I pray you, to work, and spare not some casks of wine to set them drinking and to make them drunk. I pray you, my friend, let there be no need to return a second time to do the mowing, for you are as much crown officer as I am, and if I am king, you are Grand Master." Dampmartin executed the king's orders without scruple, and at the season of harvest the Flemish country places were devastated. "Little birds of heaven," cries the Flemish chronicler Molinet, "ye who are wont to haunt our fields and rejoice our hearts with your amorous notes, now seek out other countries. Get ye hence from our tillages, for the king of the mowers of France hath done worse to us than do the tempests." Chapter 25, Part 8. Chapter 25, Part 9 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 25. Louis XI, 1461–1483, Part 9. All the efforts of Louis XI, his winning speeches and his ruinous deeds, did not succeed in averting the serious check he dreaded. On the 18th of August, 1477, 7 months after the battle of Nancy and the death of Charles the Rash, Archduke Maximilian, son of the Emperor Frederick III, arrived at Ghent to wed Mary of Burgundy. The moment he caught sight of his betrothed, say the Flemish chroniclers, they both bent down to the ground and turned as pale as death, a sign of mutual love according to some, an omen of unhappiness according to others. Next day, August 19th, the marriage was celebrated with great simplicity in the chapel of the Hôtel de Ville, and Maximilian swore to respect the privileges of Ghent. A few days afterwards he renewed the same oath at Bruges, in the midst of decorations bearing the modest device, "Most glorious Prince, defend us lest we perish." In Latin, "Gloriosissime Princeps, defende nos ne pereamus. Not only did Louis XI thus fail in his first wise design of incorporating with France, by means of a marriage between his son the Dauphin and Princess Mary, the heritage of the Dukes of Burgundy, but he suffered the heiress and a great part of the heritage to pass into the hands of the son of the German emperor, and thereby he paved the way for that determined rivalry between the houses of France and Austria, which was a source of so many dangers and woes to both states during 3 centuries. It is said that in 1745, when Louis XV, after the battle of Fontenoy, entered Bruges Cathedral, he remarked, as he gazed on the tombs of the Austro-Burgundian princes, "There is the origin of all our wars." In vain, when the marriage of Maximilian and Mary was completed, did Louis XI attempt to struggle against his new and dangerous neighbour. His campaigns in the Flemish provinces, in 1478 and 1479, had no great result. He lost, on the 7th of August, 1479, the battle of Guinegat, between Saint Omer and Terouanne, and before long tired of war, which was not his favourite theatre for the display of his abilities. He ended by concluding with Maximilian a truce at first, and then a peace, which, in spite of some conditionals favourable to France, left the principal and the fatal consequences of the Austro-Burgundian marriage to take full effect. This event marked the stoppage of that great national policy which had prevailed during the first part of Louis XI's reign. Joan of Arc and Charles VII had driven the English from France, and for 16 years Louis XI had, by fighting and gradually destroying the great vassals who made alliance with them, prevented them from regaining a footing there. That was work as salutary as it was glorious for the nation and the French kingship. At the death of Charles the Rash, the work was accomplished. Louis XI was the only power left in France, without any great peril from without, and without any great rival within. But he then fell under the sway of mistaken ideas and a vicious spirit. The infinite resources of his mind, the agreeableness of his conversation, his perseverance combined with the pliancy of his will, the services he was rendering France, the successes he in the long run frequently obtained, and his ready apparent resignation under his reverses, for a while made up for or palliated his faults, his falsehoods, his perfidies, his iniquities. But when evil is predominant at the bottom of a man's soul, he cannot do without youth and success. He cannot make head against age and decay, reverse of fortune and the approach of death. And so Louis XI, when old in years, master power still though beaten in his last game of policy, appeared to all as he really was, and as he had been prediscerned to be by only such eminent observers as can mean, that is, a crooked, swindling, utterly selfish, vindictive, cruel man. Not only did he hunt down implacably the men who, after having served him, had betrayed or deserted him, he revelled in the vengeance he took and the sufferings he inflicted on them. He had raised to the highest rank both in state and church the son of a cobbler, or, according to others, of a tailor, one John de Balue, born in 1421 at the market town of Angles in Poitou. After having chosen him, as an intelligent and a clever young priest, for his secretary and almoner, Louis made him successively clerical councillor in the Parliament of Paris, then Bishop of Evreux, and afterwards cardinal, and he employed him in his most private affairs. It was a hobby of his thus to make the fortunes of men born in the lowest stations, hoping that, since they would owe everything to him, they would never depend on any but him. It is scarcely credible that so keen and contemptuous a judge of human nature could have reckoned on dependence as a pledge of fidelity; and in this case Louis was, at any rate, mistaken. Balue was a traitor to him, and, in 1468, at the very time of the incident at Peronne, he was secretly in the service of Duke Charles of Burgundy, and betrayed to him the interests and secrets of his master and benefactor. In 1469 Louis obtained material proof of the treachery, and he immediately had Balue arrested and put on his trial. The cardinal confessed everything, asking only to see the king. Louis gave him an interview on the way from Amboise to Notre Dame de Clery, and they were observed, it is said, conversing for 2 hours as they walked together on the road. The trial and condemnation of a cardinal by a civil tribunal was a serious business with the court of Rome. The king sent commissioners to Pope Paul II. The pope complained of the procedure, but amicably and without persistence. The cardinal was in prison at Loches, and Louis resolved to leave him there for ever without any more fuss, but at the same time that, out of regard for the dignity of cardinal, which he had himself requested of the pope for the culprit, he dispensed with the legal condemnation to capital punishment. He was bent upon satisfying his vengeance, and upon making Balue suffer in person for his crime. He therefore had him confined in a cage 8 feet broad, says Commynes, and only 1 foot higher than a man's stature, covered with iron plates outside and inside, and fitted with terrible bars. There is still to be seen in Loches Castle, under the name of the Balue cage, that instrument of prison torture which the cardinal, it is said, himself invented. In it he passed 11 years, and it was not until 1480 that he was let out, at the solicitation of Pope Sixtus IV., to whom Louis XI., being old and ill, thought he could not possibly refuse this favour. He remembered, perhaps, at that time how, that 16 years before, in writing to his lieutenant general in Poitou to hand over to Balue, Bishop of Evreux, the property of a certain abbey, he said, "He is a devilish good bishop just now. I know not what he will be hereafter." He was still more pitiless towards a man more formidable and less subordinate, both in character and origin, than Cardinal Balue. Louis of Luxembourg, Count of St. Pol, had been from his youth up engaged in the wars and intrigues of the sovereigns and great feudal lords of Western Europe, France, England, Germany, Burgundy, Brittany, and Lorraine. From 1433 to 1475 he served and betrayed them all in turn, seeking and obtaining favours, incurring and braving rancour, at one time on one side, and at another time on another, acting as Constable of France and as diplomatic agent for the Duke of Burgundy, raising troops and taking towns for Louis XI., for Charles the Rash, for Edward IV., for the German Emperor, and trying nearly always to keep for himself what he had taken on another's account. The truth is, that he was constantly occupied with the idea of making for himself an independent dominion, and becoming a great sovereign. He was, says Duclos, powerful from his possessions, a great captain, more ambitious than politic, and, from his ingratitude and his perfidies, worthy of his tragic end. His various patrons grew tired at last of being incessantly taken up with and then abandoned, served and then betrayed, and they mutually interchanged proofs of the desertions and treasons to which they had been victims. In 1475 Louis of Luxembourg saw a storm threatening, and he made application for a safe conduct to Charles the Rash, who had been the friend of his youth. "Tell him," replied Charles to the messenger, "that he has forfeited his paper and his hope as well," and he gave orders to detain him. As soon as Louis XI. Knew whither the constable had retired, he demanded of the Duke of Burgundy to give him up, as had been agreed between them. "I have need," said he, "for my heavy business, of a head like his." And he added with a ghastly smile, "It is only the head I want; the body may stay where it is." On the 24th of November, 1475, the constable was, accordingly, given up to the king, and on the 27th was brought to Paris. His trial, begun forthwith, was soon over. He himself acknowledged the greater part of what was imputed to him, and on the 19th of December he was brought up from the Bastille before the Parliament. "My lord of St. Pol," said the chancellor to him, "you have always passed for being the firmest lord in the realm; you must not belie yourself to day, when you have more need than ever of firmness and courage." And he read to him the decree which sentenced him to lose his head that very day on the Place de Greve. "That is a mighty hard sentence," said the constable; "I pray God that I may see him to day." And he underwent execution with serene and pious firmness. He was of an epoch where the most criminal enterprises did not always preclude piety. Louis XI. did not look after the constable's accomplices. "He flew at the heads," says Duclos, "and was set on making great examples. He was convinced that noble blood, when it is guilty, should be shed rather than common blood. Nevertheless, there was considered to be something indecent in the cession by the king to the Duke of Burgundy of the constable's possessions. It seemed like the price of the blood of an unhappy man, who, being rightfully sacrificed only to justice and public tranquillity, appeared to be so to vengeance, ambition, and avarice. In August 1477 the battle of Nancy had been fought, Charles the Rash had been killed, and the line of the Dukes of Burgundy had been extinguished. Louis XI. Remained master of the battlefield on which the great risks and great scenes of his life had been passed through. It seemed as if he ought to fear nothing now, and that the day for clemency had come. But such was not the king's opinion. Two cruel passions, suspicion and vengeance, had taken possession of his soul. He remained convinced, not without reason, that nearly all the great feudal lords who had been his foes were continuing to conspire against him, and that he ought not, on his side, ever to cease from striving against them. The trial of the constable, St. Pol, had confirmed all his suspicions. He had discovered thereby traces and almost proofs of a design for a long time past conceived and pursued by the constable and his associates, the design of seizing the king, keeping him prisoner, and setting his son, the dauphin, on the throne, with a regency composed of a council of lords. Amongst the declared or presumed adherents of this project, the king had found James d'Armagnac, Duke of Nemours, the companion and friend of his youth. For his father, the Count of Pardiac, had been governor to Louis, at that time dauphin. Louis, on becoming king, had loaded James d'Armagnac with favours, had raised his countship of Nemours to a duchy peerage of France, had married him to Louise of Anjou, daughter of the Count of Maine and niece of King Rene. The new Duke of Nemours entered, nevertheless, into the League of Common Weal against the king. Having been included, in 1465, with the other chiefs of the League in the Treaty of Conflans, and reconciled with the king, the Duke of Nemours made oath to him, in the Sainte Chapelle, to always be to him a good, faithful, and loyal subject, and thereby obtained the governorship of Paris and Ile-de-France. But, in 1469, he took part in the revolt of his cousin, Count Jean d'Armagnac, who was supposed to be in communication with the English, and, having been vanquished by the Count de Dampmartin, he had need of a fresh pardon from the king, which he obtained on renouncing the privileges of a peerage if he should offend again. He then withdrew within his own domains, and there lived in tranquillity and popularity, but still keeping up secret relations with his old associates, especially with the Duke of Burgundy and the Constable of St. Pol. In 1476, during the Duke of Burgundy's first campaign against the Swiss, the more or less active participation of the Duke of Nemours with the king's enemies appeared to Louis so grave that he gave orders to his son-in-law, Peter of Bourbon, Sire de Beaujeu, to go and besiege him in his castle of Carlat in Auvergne. The Duke of Nemours was taken prisoner there and carried off to Vienne in Dauphiny, where the king then happened to be. In spite of the prisoner's entreaties, Louis absolutely refused to see him, and had him confined in the tower of Pierre Encise. The Duke of Nemours was so disquieted at his position and the king's wrath, that his wife, Louise of Anjou, who was in her confinement at Carlat, had a fit of terror and died there, and he himself, shut up at Pierre Encise in a dark and damp dungeon, found his hair turn white in a few days. He was not mistaken about the gravity of the danger. Louis was both alarmed at these incessantly renewed conspiracies of the great lords, and vexed at the futilities of his pardons. He was determined to intimidate his enemies by a grand example, and avenge his kingly self-respect by bringing his power home to the ingrates who made no account of his indulgence. He ordered that the Duke of Nemours should be removed from Pierre Encise to Paris, and put in the Bastille, where he arrived on the 4th of August, 1476, and that commissioners should set about his trial. The king complained of the gentleness with which the prisoner had been treated on arrival, and wrote to one of the commissioners, "It seems to me that you have but one thing to do, that is, to find out what guarantees the Duke of Nemours had given the constable of being at one with him in making the Duke of Burgundy regent, putting me to death, seizing my lord the dauphin, and taking the authority and government of the realm. He must be made to speak clearly on this point, and must get hell, be put to the torture in good earnest. I am not pleased at what you tell me as to the irons having been taken off his legs, as to his being let out from his cage, and as to his being taken to the mass to which the women go. Whatever the chancellor or others may say, take care that he budge not from his cage, that he be never let out save to give him hell, torture him, and that he suffer hell, torture, in his own chamber." The Duke of Nemours protested against the choice of commissioners and claimed, as a peer of the realm, his right to be tried by the Parliament. When put to the torture he ended by saying, "I wish to conceal nothing from the king. I will tell him the truth as to all I know. My most dread and sovereign lord," he himself wrote to Louis, "I have been so misdoing towards you and towards God, that I quite see that I am undone, unless your grace and pity be extended to me, the which accordingly, most humbly and in great bitterness and contrition of heart, I do beseech you to bestow upon me liberally." And he put the simple signature, "Poor James." He confessed that he had been cognizant of the constable's designs, but he added that, whilst thanking him for the kind offers made to himself, and whilst testifying his desire that the lords might at last get their guarantees, he had declared what great obligations and great oaths he was under to the king, against the which he would not go. He, moreover, had told the constable he had no money at the moment to dispose of, no relative to whom he was inclined to trust himself, or whom he could exert himself to win over, not even Monsieur d'Albret, his cousin. In such confessions there was enough to stop upright and fair judges from the infliction of capital punishment, but not enough to reassure and move the heart of Louis XI. On the chancellor's representations he consented to have the business sent before the Parliament, but the peers of the realm were not invited to it. The king summoned the Parliament to Noyons, to be nearer his own residence, and he ordered that the trial should be brought to a conclusion in that town, and that the original commissioners who had commenced proceedings, as well as 13 other magistrates and officers of the king denoted by their posts, should sit with the lords of the Parliament and deliberate with them. In spite of so many arbitrary precautions and violations of justice, the will of Louis XI. Met, even in a Parliament thus distorted, with some resistance. 3 of the commissioners added to the court abstained from taking any part in the proceedings. 3 of the councillors pronounced against the penalty of death, and the king's own son-in-law, Sire de Beaujeu, who presided, confined himself to collecting the votes without delivering an opinion and to announcing the decision. It was to the effect that James d'Armagnac, Duke of Nemours, was guilty of high treason, and as such deprived of all honours, dignities, and prerogatives, and sentenced to be beheaded and executed according to justice. Furthermore, the court declared all his possessions confiscated and lapsed to the king. The sentence, determined upon at Noyons on the 10th of July 1477, was made known to the Duke of Nemours on the 4th of August in the Bastille, and carried out the same day in front of the market-place. A disgusting detail, reproduced by several modern writers, has almost been received into history. Louis XI., it is said, ordered the children of the Duke of Nemours to be placed under the scaffold and be sprinkled with their father's blood. None of his contemporaries, even the most hostile to Louis XI., and even amongst those who, at the States General held in 1484, one of them after his death, raised their voices against the trial of the Duke of Nemours and in favour of his children, has made any mention of this pretended atrocity. Amongst the men who have reigned and governed ably, Louis XI. Is one of those who could be most justly taxed with cruel indifference, when cruelty might be useful to him. But the more ground there is for severe judgment upon the chieftains of nations, the stronger is the interdict against overstepping the limit justified and authorized by facts. The same rule of historical equity makes it incumbent upon us to remark that, in spite of his feelings of suspicion and revenge, Louis XI. Could perfectly well appreciate the men of honour in whom he was able to have confidence, and would actually confide in them even contrary to ordinary probabilities. He numbered amongst his most distinguished servants 3 men who had begun by serving his enemies, and whom he conquered, so to speak, by his penetration and his firm mental grasp of policy. The first was Philip of Chabannes, Count de Dampmartin, an able and faithful military leader under Charles VII., so suspected by Louis XI. At his accession that, when weary of living in apprehension and retirement, he came, in 1463, and presented himself to the king, who was on his way to Bordeaux. "Ask you justice or mercy?" demanded Louis. "Justice, sir," was the answer. "Very well, then," replied the king, "I banish you for ever from the kingdom." And he issued an order to that effect, at the same time giving Dampmartin a large sum to supply the wants of exile. It is credible that Louis already knew the worth of the man, and wished in this way to render the reconciliation more easy. 3 years afterwards, in 1466, he restored to Dampmartin his possessions, together with express marks of royal favour, and 12 years later, in 1478, in spite of certain gusts of doubt and disquietude which had passed across his mind as to Dampmartin under circumstances critical for both of them, the king wrote to him, "Sir Grand Master, I have received your letters, and I do assure you, by the faith of my body, that I am right joyous that you provided so well for your affair at Quesnoy, for one would have said that you and the rest of the old ones were no longer any good in an affair of war, and we and the rest of the young ones would have gotten the honour for ourselves. Search, I pray you, to the very roots the case of those who would have betrayed us, and punish them so well that they shall never do you harm. I have always told you that you have no need to ask me for leave to go and do your business, for I am sure that you would not abandon mine without having provided for everything. Wherefore I put myself in your hands, and you can go away without leave. All goes well, and I am much better pleased at your holding your own so well than if you had risked a loss of 2 to 1, and so farewell." In 1465 another man of war, Odet d'Ailly, lord of Lescun and Warn, had commanded at Montlhery the troops of the Dukes of Berry and Brittany against Louis XI., and in 1469 the king, who had found means of making his acquaintance, and who "was wiser," says Commynes, "in the conduct of such treaties than any other prince of his time," resolved to employ him in his difficult relations with his brother Charles, then Duke of Guienne, promising him that he and his servants, and he especially, should profit thereby. 3 years afterwards, in 1472, Louis made Lescun Count of Comminges, wherein he showed good judgment, adds Commynes, saying that no peril would come of putting in his hands that which he did put, for never, during those past dissensions, had the said Lescun a mind to have any communication with the English, or to consent that the places of Normandy should be handed over to them. And to the end of his life Louis XI. Kept up the confidence which Lescun had inspired by his judicious fidelity in the case of this great question. There is no need to make any addition to the name of Philip de Commynes, the most precious of the politic conquests made by Louis in the matter of eminent counsellors, to whom he remained as faithful as they were themselves faithful and useful to him. The Memoires of Commynes are the most striking proof of the rare and unfettered political intellect placed by the future historian at the king's service, and of the estimation in which the king had wit enough to hold it. End of chapter 25, part 9. Chapter 25, Part 10 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 25. Louis XI, 1461 to 1483, Part 10. Louis XI rendered to France 4 centuries ago, during a reign of 22 years, 3 great services, the traces and influence of which exist to this day. He prosecuted steadily the work of Joan of Arc and Charles VII, the expulsion of a foreign kingship and the triumph of national independence and national dignity. By means of the provinces which he successively won, wholly or partly, Burgundy, Franche-Comte, Artois, Provence, Anjou, Roussillon, and Barrois, he caused France to make a great stride towards territorial unity within her natural boundaries. By the defeat he inflicted on the great vassals, the favour he showed the middle classes, and the use he had the sense to make of this new social force, he contributed powerfully to the formation of the French nation and to its unity under a national government. Feudal society had not an idea of how to form itself into a nation, or discipline its forces under one head. Louis XI proved its political weakness, determined its fall, and laboured to place in its stead France and monarchy. Herein are the great facts of his reign and the proofs of his superior mind. But, side by side with these powerful symptoms of a new regimen, appeared also the vices of which that regimen contained the germ, and those of the man himself who was labouring to found it. Feudal society, perceiving itself to be threatened, at one time attacked Louis XI with passion, at another entered into violent disputes against him, and Louis, in order to struggle with it, employed all the practices, at one time crafty and at another violent, that belong to absolute power. Craft usually predominated in his proceedings, violence being often too perilous for him to risk it. He did not consider himself in a condition to say brazen-facedly, "Might before right," but he disregarded right in the case of his adversaries, and he did not deny himself any artifice, any lie, any baseness, however specious, in order to trick them or ruin them secretly, when he did not feel himself in a position to crush them at a blow. The end justifies the means, that was his maxim, and the end, in his case, was sometimes a great and legitimate political object, nothing less than the dominant interest of France, but far more often his own personal interest, something necessary to his own success or his own gratification. No loftiness, no greatness of soul was natural to him, and the more experience of life he had, the more he became selfish and devoid of moral sense and of sympathy with other men, whether rivals, tools, or subjects. All found out before long, not only how little account he made of them, but also what cruel pleasure he sometimes took in making them conscious of his disdain and his power. He was familiar, but by no means vulgar. He was in conversation able and agreeable, with a mixture, however, of petulance and indiscretion, even when he was meditating some perfidy. And there is much need, he used to say, that my tongue should sometimes serve me. It has hurt me often enough. The most puerile superstitions, as well as those most akin to a blind piety, found their way into his mind. When he received any bad news, he would cast aside for ever the dress he was wearing when the news came, and of death he had a dread which was carried to the extent of pusillanimity and ridiculousness. Whilst he was every day, says M. de Barante, becoming more suspicious, more absolute, more terrible to his children, and to the princes of the blood, to his old servants, and to his wisest counsellors, there was one man who, without any fear of his wrath, treated him with brutal rudeness. This was James Cattier, his doctor. When the king would sometimes complain of it before certain confidential servants, "I know very well," Cattier would say, "that some fine morning you'll send me where you sent so many others; but, death, you'll not live a week after." Then the king would coax him, overwhelm him with caresses, raise his salary to 10,000 crowns a month, make him a present of rich lordships, and he ended by making him premier president of the Court of Exchequer. All churches and all sanctuaries of any small celebrity were recipients of his oblations, and it was not the salvation of his soul, but life and health that he asked for in return. One day there was being repeated, on his account and in his presence, an orison to St. Eutropius, who was implored to grant health to the soul and health to the body. "The latter will be enough," said the king. "It is not right to bother the saint for too many things at once." He showed great devotion for images which had received benediction, and often had one of them sewn upon his hat. Hawkers used to come and bring them to him, and one day he gave 160 livres to a pedlar who had in his pack one that had received benediction at Aix-la-Chapelle. Whatever may have been in the Middle Ages the taste and the custom in respect of such practices, they were regarded with less respect in the 15th than in the 12th century, and many people scoffed at the trust that Louis XI placed in them, or doubted his sincerity. Whether they were sincere or assumed, the superstitions of Louis XI did not prevent him from appreciating and promoting the progress of civilization, towards which the 15th century saw the first real general impulse. He favored the free development of industry and trade. He protected printing in its infancy, and scientific studies, especially the study of medicine. By his authorization, it is said, the operation for the stone was tried for the first time in France upon a criminal under sentence of death, who recovered and was pardoned. And he welcomed the philological scholars who were at this time laboring to diffuse through Western Europe the works of Greek and Roman antiquity. He instituted, at first for his own and before long for the public service, post horses and the letter post within his kingdom. Towards intellectual and social movement he had not the mistrust and antipathy of an old, one-grooved, worn-out, unproductive despotism. His kingly despotism was new and, one might almost say, innovational, for it sprang and was growing up from the ruins of feudal rights and liberties which had inevitably ended in monarchy. But despotism's good services are short-lived. It has no need to last long before it generates iniquity and tyranny, and that of Louis XI in the latter part of his reign bore its natural and avoidable fruits. His mistrust, says M. de Barante, became horrible and almost insane. Every year he had surrounded his castle of Plessis with more walls, ditches, and rails. On the towers were iron sheds, a shelter from arrows and even artillery. More than 1,800 of those planks bristling with nails, called caltrops, were distributed over the yonder side of the ditch. There were every day 400 crossbowmen on duty, with orders to fire on whosoever approached. Every suspected passer-by was seized and carried off to Tristan l'Hermite, the provost marshal. No great proofs were required for a swing on the gibbet, or for the inside of a sack and a plunge in the Loire. Men who, like Sire de Commynes, had been the king's servants, and who had lived in his confidence, had no doubt but that he had committed cruelties and perpetrated the blackest treachery. Still they asked themselves whether there had not been a necessity, and whether he had not, in the first instance, been the object of criminal machinations against which he had to defend himself. But throughout the kingdom the multitude of his subjects who had not received kindnesses from him, nor lived in familiarity with him, nor known of the ability displayed in his plans, nor enjoyed the wit of his conversation, judged only by that which came out before their eyes. The imposts had been made much heavier, without any consent on the part of the States General. The talliages, under which Charles VII brought in the 1,800,000 livres, rose, under the Louis XI, to 3,700,000. The kingdom was ruined, and the people were at the last extremity of misery. The prisons were full. None was secure of life or property. The greatest in the land, and even the princes of the blood, were not safe in their own houses. An unexpected event occurred at this time to give a little more heart to Louis XI, who was now very ill, and to mingle with his gloomy broodings a gleam of future prospects. Mary of Burgundy, daughter of Charles the Rash, died at Bruges on the 27th of March, 1482, leaving to her husband, Maximilian of Austria, a daughter hardly 3 years of age, Princess Marguerite by name, heiress to the Burgundian Flemish dominions which had not come into the possession of the King of France. Louis, as soon as he heard the news, conceived the idea and the hope of making up for the reverse he had experienced 5 years previously through the marriage of Mary of Burgundy. He would arrange espousals between his son, the Dauphin, Charles, 13 years old, and the infant princess left by Mary, and thus recover for the crown of France the beautiful domains he had allowed to slip from him. A negotiation was opened at once on the subject between Louis, Maximilian, and the Estates of Flanders, and on the 23rd of December, 1482, it resulted in a treaty, concluded at Arras, which arranged for the marriage and regulated the mutual conditions. In January, 1483, the ambassadors from the Estates of Flanders and from Maximilian, who then for the first time assumed the title of Archduke, came to France for the ratification of the treaty. Having been first received with great marks of satisfaction at Paris, they repaired to Plessis-les-Tours. Great was their surprise at seeing this melancholy abode, this sort of prison, into which there was no admittance save after so many formalities and precautions. When they had waited a while, they were introduced in the evening into a room badly lighted. In a dark corner was the king, seated in an armchair. They moved towards him, and then, in a weak and trembling voice, but still, as it seemed, in a bantering tone, Louis asked pardon of the abbot of St. Peter of Ghent and of the other ambassadors for not being able to rise and greet them. After having heard what they had to say, and having held a short conversation with them, he sent for the Gospels for to make oath. He excused himself for being obliged to take the holy volume in his left hand, for his right was paralysed and his arm supported in a sling. Then, holding the volume of the Gospels, he raised it up painfully, and placing upon it the elbow of his right arm, he made oath. Thus appeared in the eyes of the Flemings the king who had done them so much harm, and who was obtaining of them so good a treaty by the fear with which he inspired them, old dying as he was. On the 2nd of June following, the infant princess, Marguerite of Austria, was brought by a solemn embassy to Paris first, and then, on the 23rd of June, to Amboise, where her betrothal to the Dauphin Charles was celebrated. Louis XI. Did not feel fit for removal to Amboise, and he would not even receive at Plessis-le-Tour the new Flemish embassy. Assuredly neither the king nor any of the actors in this regal scene foresaw that this marriage, which they with reason looked upon as a triumph of French policy, would never be consummated; that, at the request of the court of France, the pope would annul the betrothal; and that, 9 years after its celebration in 1492, the Austrian princess, after having been brought up at Amboise under the guardianship of the Duchess of Bourbon, Anne, eldest daughter of Louis XI., would be sent back to her father, Emperor Maximilian, by her affianced, Charles VIII., then King of France, who preferred to become the husband of a French princess with a French province for dowry, Anne, Duchess of Brittany. It was in March 1481 that Louis XI. Had his first attack of that apoplexy which, after several repeated strokes, reduced him to such a state of weakness that in June 1483 he felt himself and declared himself not to be in a fit state to be present at his son's betrothal. 2 months afterwards, on the 25th of August, St. Louis' Day, he had a fresh stroke, and lost all consciousness and speech. He soon recovered them, but remained so weak that he could not raise his hand to his mouth, and, under the conviction that he was a dead man, he sent for his son-in-law, Peter of Bourbon, Sire de Beaujeu, and "Go," said he, "to Amboise, to the king my son. I have entrusted him as well as the government of the kingdom to your charge and my daughter's care. You know all I have enjoined upon him, watch and see that it be observed. Let him show favour and confidence towards those who have done me good service, and whom I have named to him. You know, too, of whom he should beware, and who must not be suffered to come near him." He sent for the chancellor from Paris, and bade him go and take the seals to the king. "Go to the king," he said to the captains of his guards, to his archers, to his huntsmen, to all his household. His speech never failed him after it had come back to him, says Commynes, nor his senses. He was constantly saying something of great sense, and never in all his illness, which lasted from Monday to Saturday evening, did he complain, as do all sorts of folk when they feel ill. Notwithstanding all those commands, he recovered heart, adds Commynes, and had good hope of escaping. In conversation at odd times with some of his servants, and even with Commynes himself, he had begged them, whenever they saw that he was very ill, not to mention that cruel word death. He had even made a covenant with them, that they should say no more to him than "don't talk much," which would be sufficient warning. But his doctor, James Cattier, and his barber, Oliver the Devil, whom he had ennobled and enriched under the name of Oliver le Daim, did not treat him with so much indulgence. "They notified his death to him in brief and harsh terms," says Commynes. "Sir, we must do our duty, have no longer hope in your holy man of Calabria, or in other matters, for assuredly all is over with you. Think of your soul; there is no help for it." "I have hope in God that he will aid me," answered Louis coldly. "Peradventure I am not so ill as you think." "He endured with manly virtue so cruel a sentence," says Commynes, "and everything, even to death, more than any man I ever saw die. He spoke as coolly as if he had never been ill. He gave minute orders about his funeral, sepulchre, and tomb. He would be laid at the Notre Dame de Clery, and not, like his ancestors, at Saint Denis. His statue was to be gilt bronze, kneeling, face to the altar, head uncovered, and hands clasped within his hat, as was his ordinary custom. Not having died on the battlefield and sword in hand, he would be dressed in hunting garb, with jack-boots, a hunting horn slung over his shoulder, his hound lying beside him, his order of St. Michael round his neck, and his sword at his side. As to the likeness, he asked to be represented, not as he was in his latter days, bald, bow-backed, and wasted, but as he was in his youth and in the vigour of his age, face pretty full, nose aquiline, hair long, and falling down behind to his shoulders. After having taken all these pains about himself after his death, he gave his chief remaining thoughts to France and his son. "Orders must be sent," said he, "to Monsieur d'Esquerdes, Philippe de Crevecoeur, Baron d'Esquerdes, a distinguished warrior who, after the death of Charles the Rash, had, through the agency of Commynes, gone over to the service of Louis XI. and was in command of his army, to attempt no doings as to Calais. We had thought to drive out the English from this the last corner they hold in the kingdom, but such matters are too weighty. All that business ends with me. Monsieur d'Esquerdes must give up such designs and come and guard my son, without budging from his side for at least 6 months. Let an end be put, also, to all our disputes with Brittany, and let this Duke Francis be allowed to live in peace without any more causing him trouble or fear. This is the way in which we must now deal with all our neighbours. 5 or 6 good years of peace are needful for the kingdom. My poor people have suffered too much, they are in great desolation. If God had been pleased to grant me life, I should have put it all to rights. It was my thought and my desire let my son be strictly charged to remain at peace, especially whilst he is so young. At a later time, when he is older, and when the kingdom is in good case, he shall do as he pleases about it." On Saturday, August 30th, 1483, between 7 and 8 in the evening, Louis XI. expired, saying, "Our Lady of Embrun, my good mistress, have pity upon me. The mercies of the Lord will I sing for ever." In Latin, Misericordias Domini in aeternum cantabo. "It was a great cause of joy throughout the kingdom," says M. de Barante with truth in his Histoire des Ducs de Bourgogne. "This moment had been patiently waited for as a deliverance, and as the ending of so many woes and fears. For a long time past no king of France had been so heavy on his people or so hated by them." This was certainly just, and at the same time ungrateful. Louis XI. had rendered France great service, but in a manner void of frankness, dignity, or lustre. He had made the contemporary generation pay dearly for it by reason of the spectacle he presented of trickery, perfidy, and vindictive cruelty, and by his arbitrary and tyrannical exercise of kingly power. People are not content to have useful service, they must admire or love. And Louis XI. Inspired France with neither of those sentiments. He has had the good fortune to be described and appraised in his own day too, by the most distinguished and independent of his councillors, Philippe de Commynes, and, 3 centuries afterwards, by one of the most thoughtful and the soundest intellects amongst the philosophers of the 18th century, Duclos, who, moreover, had the advantage of being historiographer of France, and of having studied the history of that reign in authentic documents. We reproduce here the 2 judgments, the agreement of which is remarkable. "God," says Commynes, "had created our king more wise, liberal, and full of manly virtue than the princes who reigned with him and in his day, and who were his enemies and neighbours. In all there was good and evil, for they were men. But, without flattery, in him were more things appertaining to the office of king than in any of the rest. I saw them nearly all, and knew what they could do." Louis XI., says Duclos, "was far from being without reproach. Few princes have deserved so much; but it may be said that he was equally celebrated for his vices and his virtues, and that, everything being put in the balance, he was a king." We will be more exacting than Commynes and Duclos. We will not consent to apply to Louis XI. The words liberal, virtuous, and virtue. He had nor greatness of soul, nor uprightness of character, nor kindness of heart. He was neither a great king nor a good king. But we may assent to Duclos' last word. He was a king. Chapter 25.